starting. We are starting.
Okay.
Shall we start?
Yes. Are we good? Oh, yeah. Oh, there's two guests also. Thank you all for joining the culture conversation in Classroom E. I'm glad to rearrange the space a little bit so that we do feel a little bit more culture vibes. I want to, for me, it was really, really important to have this conversation, and I kind of pinged Aya and Skylar, a month ago and said, I think this is an important conversation for us to have. Thankfully, Aya agreed and was like, yes, let's have that conversation. In the meantime, because it's very, very important to have as many perspectives on it as possible and looking at the culture piece from different angles, we are also joined by Sung-Yi and Kim. And we're going to look at kind of different elements of culture, how the culture of Ethereum is evolving with newcomers, how it's evolving throughout the years, and so on. But I want to do a quick intro. Everybody will just intro themselves. I'm Simona. I've been in this ecosystem since the end of 2017. I have gone through many, many waves of newcomers and waves of energy levels and waves of being able to kind of continue and be motivated to be in this space because, and one of the main reasons is because I feel deeply, deeply aligned with the values of this ecosystem. And for me, coming in to this space has been, and I always make this analogy, like that really, really deep breath after holding your breath for a long time. And it feels very, very good when you do that. And if you think of that moment where you take a really deep breath, that's what it felt like for me coming into the space, and it continues to be that for me. But I will let my other panelists introduce themselves. Aya, do you want to go?
Yeah.
I think it's working.
It's working? It's working. Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Aya Miyaguchi from the Ethereum Foundation. So this was more spontaneous program that we try not to discuss too much in advance so that we can include other people in the, we can create the vibe that we're including other people to the conversation. So just having a conversation. And I appreciate Simona suggesting. One of the things that I recognize this time of Devcon is there seems to be more people have this desire to talk about this. Right? Like I'm always swamped with so many different things, and I often have to react to the different things. But the hearing, the desire of having a conversation about culture is not necessarily always a good thing. It's but well, because people feel like something is wrong, or something important is lacking, or something we're losing something, or so that what I'm doing, trying to do here is really trying to listen mostly, and then if I have anything that I can share from my perspective, I'm happy to. So that's my intention here. But thanks for having me.
Hi everyone, my name is Sung-Yi. I've been in this space for the last 12 years. I first started before Ethereum time. There was no Ethereum, so I had to use a Bitcoin. Building Bitcoin SMS wallets, so people who doesn't have internet can send and receive Bitcoin or money on the text message. And then later I built the DID system in Korea. And after building all this product, looking back to the ecosystem, wow, there's so many other great builders. I don't probably need to build anymore. And I started looking what is needed in the ecosystem, and it was actually the human layer that's not there. So I started delving into, and my background is a social work, so I love human. I love helping people. I love creating public goods. So I went back looking at the ecosystem, what's missing, and how can I start it? And then I've found DAOs and community, governance organizing in so many different ways. But right now I am, I think, experimenting, let's put it that way, because our ecosystem is still very, very young. What is actually working and where is the pain point of building community and then building stories, building narrative and cohesive narrative, and that all related to culture. I think that's why I'm invited today. I'm happy to discuss furthermore and happy to be here.
Hi, my name is Kim. I work with Funding the Commons, and I've been exposed to Web3 for about 9 months. Anyone else newer than me in the room? So this doesn't usually happen. I feel like I've been really, really new, so hi, welcome. You're in it with me. And I was very excited to participate to this conversation and to be invited, and that is also a testament to this culture. There are very few industries that would put a newcomer on stage to hear what they have to think about their experience onboarding. And how industries onboard is also a big part of their success or failures. So it's just been really significant for me to be invited into this conversation, and I'm happy to contribute with beginner's mind. My background is in communications, and I've spent the past decade and a half helping brands, institutions, and personalities to express their culture and to make culture. I'm now working with Funding the Commons on the public goods side. And it's been interesting because it is a bit of a gateway for people who haven't yet experienced what we do. And so I'm hoping to build more of those bridges.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay. So what do we feel? In what ways do we feel the culture of Ethereum has contributed to its success? And what's unique about it? If you have like a thing that's very, very unique. Whomever wants to take that.
Maybe I can, it might be, okay, this is conversation, by the way, guys. It's not a panel. We should put it that way. And this is very intimate space, so I was gonna be very open and vulnerable, most of all. For me, Ethereum has been just no longer technology, and it has become a lifestyle. And when I say lifestyle, you don't actually design your lifestyle around technology. I mean, it could be these days, but it's more like a value. It's more like a philosophy. It's more about the people. So it all comes down to a people that you met at the Ethereum ecosystem that has actually significantly contributed to the ecosystem. Because the ecosystem is, again, it's not just like a code is bringing people. It has so many different value that is creating the momentum for people to be, how can I say, aligned with that brand or that the image of Ethereum. So when you say like, okay, I'm part of Ethereum community, that there is a sense of like a proudness, integrity, and also I'm not compromising because I know there is not just me, but a bunch of army of community members building something that is pretty much aligned and here to create some long positive impact for humanity. So that's what I think Ethereum's value is. Really hard to put it in words, but there's a feeling, the energy that has created. And that's what our builders to be here, the new people come, they're like, oh, this feels very different. And yesterday, like one of the MC guy posts on the Twitter, I've been seeing so many different conferences, but Ethereum, Devcon, in like huge stage, people maintain quiet and they wait and they're not making noise. So they're very genuine, sincere, and really integral people here in this community. I mean, being quiet is one example, but you all feel. That's why I think Ethereum is very, very different. And the reason why Ethereum is also different is this is not a company. You know, this is a community. So it's really hard to put, again, the cultures. There's no, like, this is code of conduct. If you don't do this, you're kicked out. You know, it's like there's so many different analogy that I use for like a nature analogy of an infinite garden, you cannot kick out like butterfly coming in. Yeah, it's not like a house that is closed off. It's always open. So more work, clearly more work, but because of that openness, I think people just stay calm, keep building, and not feeling like, oh, I have to meet somewhere, but like I'm doing because I am in this soil. So that's the power of Ethereum, in my opinion. Yeah.
I will give you maybe my personal story. Before Ethereum, I also joined the industry officially around 2013, and that was before Ethereum time. And then I was at a business, I won't name where, but one of the biggest exchanges, and I was about to quit the space. The reason why is that from the very beginning, I think everything is well connected. What I do in my life is from the very beginning, my interest was really whether this tech can help create better humanity, and if anything I do is part of making just rich people richer. And so I was ready to quit. And I went to, my first Devcon experience was Devcon 2 in Shanghai. And I think Devcon 2 was actually a bit different vibe, right? For people who went there, you could understand. But still there was this part of this event that didn't look like event, and then this nerdiness, and then like we're pretty disorganized. Even Devcon 3 was pretty disorganized. But I liked it. I liked the vibe. Oh, this is something I've never seen in this blockchain or crypto back then, like a lot of Bitcoin event happening. So it was very different. And the reason why I decided to help when they asked me to help EF was really that I saw the soul there. And I always say this, if I see this is not going toward the direction that I was hoping, and then I'm always ready to quit, because that's at the end of the day, like Ethereum is that one method to get to the world that I want to see, but that is very important. So that's why I'm glad that you guys are able to see that through Devcon, because Devcon it's not an event for me. It's an experience. We're trying to provide an experience, and how do we? So every single decision, hopefully, people are feeling it. Little piece of like how design of this logo and everything that we discuss, the team discuss. Like I'm not involved in everything, but yeah. The design is very important. So I think in terms of the importance of the culture to me is base of everything. And so that how do we, when a newcomer comes to this experience, and the Devcon is just one method. I use the term monastery, acting as a monastery. Like Devcon can be one monastery. You come here and then you learn. You are not just learning the technology, because you can learn the technology, how to code online, right? But being together in person, what are you getting? And then that's the piece of soul that we want everyone to experience. And that's why if culture is not here with Devcon, there's no point of doing this. Yeah, so that's I think it's how much culture is important.
I love that. Kim?
Some things are coming up for me when you asked the question about this idea of success, right? You asked what in the values of Ethereum have contributed, because we were speaking earlier about individual metrics of success and individual flourishing. And I'd love to talk about that a little bit as what does success look like, and how have you been thinking about this?
So just looping into what both I and Sungi said, and with my own thoughts on this, I genuinely feel, and continuing from that metaphor of that deep breath that you feel, and I'm sure a lot of us feel that, it is that freedom that you immediately feel as an individual, the freedom to be exposed to so many possibilities that I think the world as it is, and it has been for generations, has felt very, very constricted. This isn't a company, it is a space, it's a feeling, it's a soul. When you were saying about soul, it reminded me of that movie called 21 Grams. Does anybody know that? And it's like when the soul leaves the body, it's lighter by 21 grams. And going into it from that soul perspective, there's that resonance that happens. And I think for me, the measure of success there is, do I feel I'm in a space where I can really, really live up to my true potential in terms of creativity, in terms of where can I put my energy that is far greater than having a quota, achieving a whatever revenue, achieving whatever client that's $1 billion, whatever, right? They're not small things that we're talking about here. And really, I think it's that kind of resonance that happens when you feel you are also in the presence of other people feeling the same thing. I think that's what amplifies, right? It's almost like a room with really good acoustics. And you have a desire to do more. You have higher goals and ideals and for self-actualization and for having a purpose. And then you join others who are the same, and they don't even have to say it, you just feel it. And I think that for me is what has been so successful about Ethereum in particular. For me, I mean, this is the space that I've spent most of my time in, but that's what it is for me.
I love what you said about being able to reach your full potential. I think a lot of it is the amount of creativity you can access when you are in a space that makes you feel like you can activate as many parts of yourself as possible is pretty magical. And that's been my experience so far, of finding a lot of openness to being able to contribute, to connect people in ways they hadn't been connected before. And feeling also a bit like a tourist, you know, when you visit a new country and then you meet a few locals and you begin to say, oh, I like it here. Oh, I like this, I like that. It's not like I was told what it would be like. I had no idea, but little by little I was like, I could move here. I could live here. And that's been the feeling of my onboarding, because nothing is spelled out. That's one of the difficulties also. There are some things that are universal. That is true. And there are some things that make me feel like I was also visiting a country that has all of these different landscapes. And I was like, oh, there's the mountainside, there's the riverside, this side's really hot, this side's really chill, this side activates me. So also trying to understand the landscape and its complexity, and then what makes everyone the same. And I'm finding it's actually quite a solid list of values that are keeping things together. You talked earlier about how much the space has evolved from your perspective. And I'd love to go back to that a little bit, because I can't talk to that piece. And I'd love also to hear a little bit from you about what makes people similar in their values. What are those universal values? Have they ever been made explicit?
This openness to the point where some of us could feel a little bit uncomfortable, right? But it's like if you didn't grow up with that very open culture, but still like it pushes you to be very open and vulnerable. Like also us sitting on the same ground feeling, you know, there's no like a big boss. I mean, I hope like there are so many Ethereum Foundation people here. I hope like I never enjoy being the boss type, and then I'm not trying to be the boss, but it's just trying to be a leader instead. But so yeah, definitely like it has to be. We often say this in technology. It's decentralization, open source, and open participation, permissionlessness, right? And then those we see that in people too. And so that's why we can proudly say we mean it. When we say decentralization, we mean it. Right? When we see this most global Devcon this time, like 100 people from 145 countries are here. Yeah, so that is definitely the important. Even having this cultural conversation spontaneously so there's no like EF deciding everything. Like there are a lot of grassroots opinions and requests or cleansing mechanism. Like it's like we like nature. Mm-hmm. So Ethereum does make mistakes culturally too. I think that's like it's my personal view. So don't take it as official EF view, please. But you know, but then there's always learning, and then after that it gets stronger, and we've seen it, and I think that's very powerful. Yeah.
If I can add a little bit, echoing all what you guys share, I think when I mentioned earlier, like a lifestyle is like really the life design, right? And the universal value that all human has is actually the freedom and then hope and happiness. They want to be healthy and happy eventually if they can. I think that's what the universal value is. And in the history of human, there are a lot of, happiness has been always a topic. And, like everybody talks about happiness, but happiness doesn't just come with the feeling of happiness. There is content, but physically you want to be healthy, mentally you want to be healthy, emotionally you want to be healthy, but financially you want to be healthy as well. And I think what Ethereum is actually make us to do and actually giving us the capacity to do is not just talking about this invisible value, but also very much a tangible value, and at least the opportunity for us to play with those practicality as well as value. Because in the normal society, if you want to go for your happiness, you have to compromise it. You're like, okay, you do this, I get all good things about the world and humanity, and you're poor. That's like a common like algorithm, and you never be rich by doing good, right? And so a lot of people are like, oh, you know what, you're doing good thing, but you're poor, and you not poor, but like you don't have enough resources. We always have to go fetch resources, and we always have to fight and play in the very limited resource place. And what Ethereum does, and what programmable money, what smart contract does, is actually giving us the opportunity to design incentive and then design contribution and then measure that in a human way. I know we are not there yet. I'm not saying if you're new to Ethereum, we are not there. So don't expect, okay, you know what, let me go find those tools. It's not there. That's why we are having this conversation plus. So if we get there, if we're having more conversation like this, what our community member and humanity actually wants is happiness and healthy and greater life with a freedom. And technology has to be part of it. It's inevitable. And if we have to choose one technology or two technology that align with our humanity value and our human value that actually lead us to where we want to be, I think Ethereum is what it is now. And I'm not also saying, maybe unpopular opinion, Ethereum is the only solution. It might be something else. But right now, there's no other solution than Ethereum. So that's why I am personally here. And once we keep bringing this human layer conversation, cultural conversation, really communicating the real value that the universal value that we can align with other humans that is outside of crypto, then people will start to get it. But if we talk about like technology too much and smart contract and coding, it doesn't actually get their heart. When we don't get their heart, people not changing. It's only remain here and it's gonna evaporate it, right? So the universal value, I really value that question. So we should keep talking about freedom, but not just like, let us free, not like fighting, but like how can we create a real freedom, including all other freedom, physical, emotional, mental, but financial, and also resource. And there are so many different layers that we can all redefine what resource mean. It's not just the money, but like time, energy, relationship, and like so many different things. I think Ethereum technology could make us get there. So that's why I think the relevance with the universal value of human and Ethereum comes together. And still, again, saying a lot work to be done, but that's what it is for me.
You know what's super interesting as we've been chatting, and actually it's the permissionlessness, or like that element of it, that is probably the piece that is the most interesting, because in a way, there's two sides to this. In a way, everywhere else, like if you're in the real world or like in the traditional world, if you want to do something or to create something, you almost feel like you have to ask permission to do something. Whether you're in a corporation, you have to get something approved and have to get the budget to do it, so on and so forth. There's not that agency of like, I don't need permission, I can just go and do something. And I think the speed of execution, and that's why it's so exciting for a lot of people, the speed of execution from idea to something existing is very, very fast. And at the same time, we've also, as humans, have for generations been taught to ask for permission. No, you have no agency. No, you have to do things like this. And you have to do it like this, otherwise you don't get money, otherwise you don't get status, otherwise you don't get this, this, this. So always ask for permission, know your place. And I think for a lot of us coming in, and for a lot of people coming into this ecosystem, it's almost an unlearning of that asking for permission and not believing that you have the power to do things. And I think that's a really interesting thing, again, because we're talking new generations of newcomers coming in and so on, because it's permissionless, so you can come in, do whatever, etc. But it's that ability to unlearn the asking for permission. And what does that unlock for you? Like, what are you gonna do? At the same time, though, this leads me to the conversation about new waves of people coming in and new adoption and so on. How do we integrate these new perspectives and new values and sometimes extractive behaviors into these very pure and wonderful and energizing values that we have? Because when we were 500 people or 1,000 people, it was a hell of a lot easier. How do we integrate those into this evolving kind of culture piece? This is genuinely one of the reasons why I was like, I want to have this conversation. Thoughts?
You know the word, the line, infinite garden? This, actually my motivation was the same. In 2020, end of 2020, I think, when I first, it's not even introduced, it's more like I wrote this, you know, I write email to everyone at the Ethereum Foundation, end of the year. And then that year, it was during COVID, and I had more time to, you know, pause and reflect. And then I felt like Ethereum was, I mean, we felt many times Ethereum was growing. But that year, I felt, maybe because I had more time to reflect, I felt that, okay, it is actually growing quickly. right? Not with the hype. That year, I felt like it was actually going. And then intuitively, I felt that the need of something, whatever, something to for us to review, but also like maybe for myself. What is that? What is that about Ethereum that draws me, or that drives this technology to the next, to the better humanity? And then the reason why I decided to, introduce that infinite games is from the finite infinite games idea, is that it was infinite players and infinite games was something that I felt special about Ethereum. Like a group of people, like you said, originally it was a lot smaller, right? But everyone seems to be really building something together for the purpose of doing this together, not really for one of them to win. And that was very special. That was very special even back then when Ethereum was born. So yeah, this not about someone winning, but we're doing this together, right? And that's why we call it community, not a company. That was my motivation, and it kind of evolved into other people just started to discuss about this, and then I needed that, but it's not something I invented. It's more like it was there in Ethereum, and I just wanted to remind everyone. Yeah.
So you asked also about the kinds of things that could be put into place. It's been interesting. For me, the entry point was through Funding the Commons, which is focusing the conversation on how do you support builders in the ecosystem. And we have, different formats. So you have conferences that feel very open, and then there are more technical formats like residencies or hackathons. And within the process of discovering how the programming was curated, I began to realize that there were some themes or verticals that were an easier access point. And so it's been fun to meet people who are these bridges, whether they're working on climate projects or real-world use cases, to figure out how to play with the mechanisms in certain parts of the world where they're most relevant, most urgently needed. And when they talked to me about their projects, it was all in plain language. And that was really reassuring to enter the space and to say, what do you do? Oh, these people who today cannot use money are able to pay each other. Okay, I get that. It required very little explanation, and it was all very powerful. And so I'm wondering if perhaps part of this equation is also how do we allow people to enter through some of these illustrative stories. And we've talked a lot in a few different settings this week, at least the sessions I was attending, about storytelling and needing to be able to support those doing great work and telling the stories in plain terms, and then also finding the organizations that we can partner with that straddle different worlds and that can do that work for us. So the humanitarian sector, for instance, is in dire need of reinvention. We can help. And so who are the individuals who behave in more permissionless ways in there? And how do we onboard them? Because there are those personalities also outside. I used to always get in trouble in the corporate world for not asking for permission. I was always asking for forgiveness, which they say it works, it doesn't. It made things difficult sometimes for me working with a lot of cross-functional teams, and all of a sudden I'm in a space where that's not a problem anymore, and maybe that's the breath you were talking about.
Maybe following that, to be frank, if you're new to Ethereum, new to any of the crypto, especially in Ethereum space, it's really hard to navigate as a newcomer especially you are not attached to the organizations or some sort of mission or initiative. You just learn about Ethereum and like, genuinely interested in, and like, oh, okay, I want to meet somebody, I want to navigate this space, I want to contribute more. And it's not like people actually go to Ethereum Foundation website and read, although there is a lot of information for Ethereum. It's really hard to navigate, and a lot of people who are also building individually and contributing to the Ethereum as a builder, they don't actually have a community around them. Yeah, we just was hanging out with the African builders just this morning, and I know some of them, they've been building for like 5 years, and they never been to a conference before. They only have 4 people online friend that they talk, and that they just keep contributing, and that they're amazing, right? And then these people, like they never actually physically experienced Ethereum in person. There's a many reasons why they couldn't, and then this time they actually made a lot of effort to be here, even at Devcon. But there is so many people who are not here, and the Ethereum community is not just 12,000 people, right? There's a huge, much more. And so when people come into the crypto, as much as we want people to join and understand Ethereum, it's really hard to navigate because there's not enough instruction. It's not a bad thing. That's the nature. When you go to the forest, when you go to the wild forest, there's no sign whatsoever. You just like navigate yourself. But when they go to, for example, like other token, like Solana, for example, it's a company, so it's a very direct, like, okay, you got this, you got this, you got this. We have a team, we have a head of country everywhere, so they doing their thing, right? So they doing their job, onboarding people, everything like so streamlined. So people feel like, oh, this is like a way easier, better onboarding than Ethereum. But they don't even know they're compromising, what they're compromising, because they don't know about the history of Ethereum. So that's why the storytelling point is really extremely important, telling what Ethereum is and then what the history is in a story form. Then they actually get to their heart space. And because of that, Ethereum space is, as much as it's open, but it's also not for everybody right now, because not everybody can align with that. So they have to actually be that special human that is autonomous, that has a capacity to actually face the conflict, and people who are good at communication and have a mission and have a positive energy and hope around it. And those people are not many. I mean, hopefully many. So it comes down to, and especially in Asia, recently we started this community called Pagoda, and how we started is very beautiful. And everybody who was there invited to the gathering first, and they didn't know what is the outfit that they showed up. Only Asian, 50 people from 14 different countries, actually preparing Devcon early this year. And we share what the Dreamy Asia looked like with Ethereum, not for Ethereum, but with Ethereum. Everybody share their vision. Everybody share their vision. We capture every words of it, and we create the value system and what we want to do together. And then I think there is a way that you can, way of creating community, not top down. And I think it's possible. I'm happy to share the playbook of it. But anyway, at the end, what come out is actually what's really important for us is not about technology. It's about we being better person. And Ethereum is a community helping us to be better person as other peoples are there who are like-minded. So we come up with a concept of a protocol of being, so which is like a practice of either meditation or writing, whatever you want to do. But like, how can we be better person who is equipped to serve the decentralized ecosystem and serve a value of Ethereum, like integrity of it, for example, integrity, long-term view, stewardship. This is something that we didn't learn from school. So you have to learn, but not alone, but in the community. So that's what Ethereum has. So that's how you can actually inviting people by really identifying those people who are ready first, and then show them. It's almost like I don't want to say this, but it's almost like the church message. You know, when you go to the church, people say you live by example. You lead by example. Otherwise, you say something, it's very valuable, but you act like shit, and then people would not go to whatever community you're in. So actually the personal transformation, and I take Ethereum as a really the training course and the training community for better human. That makes sense.
But see, here's the thing, though. What you created with Pagoda was, and this is coming back to how do we have this almost like initiation into the culture. You need the spaces to exist because a lot of people may come across things not at an event, not surrounded by people who are, you know, value aligned, et cetera, et cetera. And there are these entry points that are definitely a lot more conducive to alignment and that kind of like deep breath that you are with the people who are, you know, aligned in terms of values with you. Whereas if you read some stories in the press or have some sort of friend who got rugged or have some sort of random meme coin situation, you might not get to the space where you're able to actually tap into this beautiful substance. And so I think here's the challenge, or what do we need to do to ensure that these spaces are open or opening up for people to be able to tap in the right path or have that initiation so that they don't get disillusioned and go, oh my God, yeah, no, this is a casino. Fuck this, right? These spaces are the gateway, the portal, whatever you want to call it, but everything that we've just discussed is around these things. Devcon, Pagoda, Funding the Commons, when I used to do Shelling Point, you see that like, oh yes, this is great. This is actually much, much, much higher than financial incentive. How can I get rich quick? But we do have that aspect to it. How do we make sure that the beautiful soul stuff does not get hijacked, overshadowed, over whatever by this financial incentive aspect of it? Because again, we have seen a lot of waves of people who come in for that very specific motivation. And that's totally fine. That's a thing that is part of the multifaceted ways that we also want to grow as humans. Like the financial is a reality, but not the reality of scarcity, of extraction, of all of this. How?
I would quickly say, I think we definitely need more use cases, really show people what's possible, and they can still actually feel safe financially by doing the work that they need to be doing. And I'm not talking about, we cannot actually completely ignore the financial piece, right? We have to find a way that we can actually find peace with it. And the bridge is not about one or the other. It's like, how can this be blended really well? The blending experience that needs to be experimented more in the space, because right now it's so divided. You are either vision person or you are like money person. And I don't think they are initially different. They're all looking for the same thing, which is like the happiness and freedom and all that. And I think there is a way that we can weave that thing, but we cannot just speak them, oh no, that's not true, and then so it's the other way. We have to show them what's possible. And I think we are not having enough experiment or use cases of showing that bridge gapping. So that's...
Remember yesterday, though, it was kind of my favorite statement. Someone in the room we were in said, it's not there. People say there are no use cases. That's not true. There are use cases. We're not really providing ways to find them, right? And then I was having this like a breakfast conversation with our Next Billion fellows this morning. One of the fellows, Karam, he's from Syria. You know, he's been working on doing research on how to use this technology to help people in the same situation. He grew up in Syria, was in a jail for a while because he was trying to go against the government. And in that conversation, somehow, this Next Billion Fellow conversation, small room, right? Like, we normally have people who are already kind of in the same type of, who are aware of these things. But one person somehow, well, I didn't know until he told me this morning, this guy was actually just somehow just working on this meme coin person. And somehow, I don't think it's accident, intense conversations. And it opened his eyes. Oh my gosh, I just realized that I've been working on this, random stuff like this thing. But until because if he all, like you're right, all meme coins, he just would think that's the word that I'm in. But that awareness was when I heard that this morning, oh wow, you just opened the eyes of someone who was really someone else. So I think we need to create more of that opportunities, and you can have one guy talking about one guy from SEA, and then everyone else are from meme. It's important. From the Devcon team's perspective, we are trying to design that in a way that how do we make more of that conversation happen, right? At least you can't really talk in Devcon, you can't really talk about the price. I don't know if everyone is following, but but that's kind of but in a way that I think also the beauty of Ethereum is we can't kick someone out. We shouldn't, right? Like if we think oh, that guy is definitely working on something wrong, I'm not going to say, hey, you're not part of Ethereum, just go away. It's. I think that this is a community. We also are open to have conversation with anyone, and then give them opportunity to learn or wake up, and as long as they're willing to, if they don't have curiosity to learn, and then they will naturally go away. Unfortunately, we don't have energy to educate every single person in the world. But our priority is starting with curiosity, curious ones, but how we make them curious. Right? So that's, we need the intention, we need the design. I always push the team. I don't like quick and easy solution idea. Like we need to work for it, even if something looks very funny and goofy, but we
what's the intention?
What's the intention? So that's but then again, the challenge is like you said, it's growing, and also we have this philosophy of subtraction.
Yeah.
And then having that philosophy at the same time, like I said in the opening, that doesn't mean we do less. We invite others to share values together. That has to be the same way, but it's definitely harder way than us telling, hey, this is what you should do, and you go out. You can come in, you go out. But if we do that, Ethereum would lose that core soul too. So we are gonna always have to choose the harder way.
So versus not dictate,
no,
invite with
even,
higher intention.
Even if someone we feel oh, that's out of our culture, right? So we need the tolerance, but at the same time, it's not just being quiet, doing nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I kind of want to open it up to some questions. Who has thoughts, or not even questions, any thoughts? Oh. Live. Yeah. Do we have a microphone just to have floating? No. Okay, let's share. So, apt.
Thank you. There was a security problem disclosed in ERC20 standard in 2017. The Ethereum Foundation finalized the standard knowing that there is a security issue reported. No process for disclosing security problems in EIPs is implemented in Ethereum today, 10 years after its mainnet release. In 2023, Fabian Vogelsteller, the creator of ERC20 standard, who is no longer working for Ethereum Foundation, confirmed that the design of ERC20 contains a security problem, the impossibility of handling transfer errors. This issue is still not fixed and not publicly announced by Ethereum Foundation. As a result, users lost $115 million worth of ERC20 tokens since 2017. Do you think that this is a reasonable price that we, Ethereum users, need to pay for Ethereum not having a process for dealing with security disclosures in EIPs 10 years after its mainnet release? Yes.
It isn't. That was a very stern delivery. I kind of missed half of that question, personally. I couldn't. I appreciate you having that on video, and you clearly want to make a statement. I think, again, it may not be relevant for this panel. I would love to hear culture-based. Yes. Sure. Maybe they won't hear it for the camera, that's why. Okay.
So great panel, thank you for sharing your thoughts. I have been thinking a lot about, as we're trying to cultivate something, how do we also answer the hard questions people have for us? How do we also confront perception and not be afraid to go to the hard places? And I think that there's, as I've experienced my first conference, there's a tendency to keep it light, not saying this panel, but tendency to keep it light and not really be how are we actually contending with the fact that people think this is a scam or the fact that people hate us?
How can we take people to the hard conversation? To be honest, I think conference like this is extremely hard place to take people go deep. Maybe you can find a smaller corner and intentionally bringing people together to solve it. I think intention is really the half of the conversation, in my opinion. I would love to know what the hard conversation you might think. Maybe we can chat after this. But also one thing that we can do in the Ethereum community is really understanding how to create a safe space and how to create a space for the deeper and hard conversation. I think we can do it. Yeah.
And quickly to your point, I think this is one of the things that, like you said, with people hating crypto and so on, that does take a toll. Having, again, been in this ecosystem and maintaining that energy to continue building whilst people are nope, still not convinced, still a scam, still it's draining. It's very, very draining, and I think a lot of people who maybe were around in the beginning and did put a lot of energy and a lot of effort, there's a lot of people who have taken a step back or left or just to recuperate and get back to a nervous system, regulated nervous system dynamic, and that opens up a whole different conversation. But it's exhausting, and I think to your point, and having these conversations where it is a safe space to kind of support each other through that, because a lot of us are having those experiences, yet we don't necessarily share that. To your point, keeping it, we see each other for a short period of time, and we want to keep it light because it's great to see each other, right? And so, but having those safe spaces for that is definitely important.
Is it? Yes. So I've been traveling with my partner for the past 2 or 3 years. My first Devcon was in Bogota, and I realized that a lot of the energy is very much directed up here, what you guys also mentioned. How do you think that someone's personal well-being directly reflects to what we are building in the ecosystem? I'm here working with different pop-up cities and running wellness track. So really opening this more intimate spaces through ceremony, through rituals, to deepen and kind of weave in the culture. but I'm looking at it from an outside, but also stepping in now in terms of like, okay, we're creating decentralized governance, different DAOs, different protocols, pop-up cities, these conference and a whole currency. How can we also in a way rewrite the way that we operate around the work culture? And I believe that the IQ is there. We know what we have to do, but how can we fully embody it in order for the energy to fully flow and for our outcome? Or because I'm seeing people are building amazing things with the energy up here, being in fight or flight with a very deregulated nervous system. So how can we, in a way, rewrite or like move the culture a little bit more towards well-being and see what the results of that is and how can we measure it?
Yep. Okay. This is like my favorite subject. I have this tweet that I tweeted last year, which is, you know what's going to get us from Web 2 to Web 3 is therapy. And I speak from personal experience. I burnt myself out at the end of 2022. In Bogota at Devcon, I had just finished Shelling Point. It was incredibly stressful, and somebody at Devcon came up to me and was like, Simona, what are you excited about in 2023? And I went, nothing. So the poor person just like slowly stepped away lest I harm them. And I was like, oh, this is not good at all. And so then I had to quit pretty much everything that I was doing and really go into therapy and go, damn, I think I'm addicted to stress. Okay, where does that come from? Okay, maybe I need to have some naps. Maybe I need to like, again, make sure that I operate from a regulated nervous system, because if you are in a stress, constant stress, you're going to really, let's say, limit your ability to participate in this and actually tap into those higher values and higher intentions that we keep talking about. Because if you're in stress mode, you're only going to think of your base needs. And so with that in mind, I have this thing that I've been talking about where we potentially have a human protocol running alongside the technical ones, right? Where the focus is on the humans, where we have boundaries in place in terms of work hours, like the project lead does not message you at 1 a.m., even though it's a fully international time zone, non-existent kind of, or fluid environment or ecosystem. And how do we implement those at baseline level so that we can grow and we can grow that capacity and teach people. There's a lot of people who have no idea about how to regulate their nervous system. Like, that's just a thing that needs to be implemented in the way we build things, the same way we build smart contracts, building and taking care of those humans building those smart contracts. So I have many thoughts on this. I'm gonna hopefully try to implement some of them, hopefully with people who are into implementing those things at a protocol level, and then let's see. But yeah, so important.
Quickly, so since I was found that human layer is missing, I've been trying to create experiences that change the energy from the head to heart and body since 2018. And I've been doing a lot of experiments I would love to share. And I think now Ethereum space, and especially also developers, I recently run a very small circle for the core devs and really touching their heart, and they really open up and they're like, this was amazing. So I think experience is what's needed. It's not a word, it's not a rule. So they have to experience it. Unfortunately, only few people can have access to the experiences. And I was gonna suggest Aya and then other friends, maybe Simona, we should work together to bring more people who are really interested in human design, and then the facilitators who can actually host those conversations, host those spaces. And I think that's another workforce that we needed in the Ethereum ecosystem to actually cultivate that.
Hello. Yeah, I have to move to back because I'm very cold there because of the aircon. Okay, so there are two questions that I want to ask. First is more personal, and second one is more professional. So along the way of preserving values and culture in Web3 community? What are the things that you have relearned and unlearned? So that's the first question. And the second question is, what will be your main advice to builder in dictatorship country like Burma, because I'm from Burma, who want to create a Web3 culture and also educate about blockchain initiative and build public goods using the Ethereum? So that's it, 2 questions.
I really like your first question, and I'm in the beginning of that process of figuring out what I have to unlearn and what I've had to learn. We were talking about permissionless behaviors earlier. I was acting that way in the corporate world, but not because I trusted the other humans I was working with, just because I had a vision and I was executing and I was being rewarded for it, which is not a regenerative way of behaving. Now that I am in this space, I'm being challenged to question that and to find trust first, you know, a little bit like the innocent until proven guilty idea. So first I have to trust, and then we can workshop together on something. And that's been really on the day-to-day, working with my team, working with cross-functional partners, working with vendors, really realizing that this ecosystem was asking me to look at that. And that's been very interesting from a personal development perspective.
Where did you say you were from?
From Burma?
Burma.
Myanmar, yeah.
Yeah, Myanmar. You are from the place that, strongly...
No, not from, like civil war happening zone, but in central city. Central city like Yangon, Mandalay. So only at that place they are stable, so we can build that kind of community and space. So from that, I want to scale it up to,
Thank you for clarifying. There's like a strong, that long history of deep shared value culture there, but also that the challenge that country is facing also there is opportunities for people to really learn this, right? And then I hope like that's also was some driving force for you to be interested in this, right? And I think that type of place, like people are definitely, there are a lot of curious people should be there. I've met those people from there too. So I think, I don't know, I was in Bhutan the other day, and then because there's a strong like respect or polite people who are there, and then they're not like a proactive, they're not really so used to, hey, let's have this meetup and an open conversation, right? Like they wait for someone to be the leader and then, hey, everyone type of thing, right? So there's a little bit of learning that needs to happen there. But if you can be, it's instead of you like, I'm going to create, I'm the leader, it's more like I'm going to create a space. If anyone is interested in learning together with me, and if anyone can actually be part of like teaching others. And so creating a space actually alone helps a lot. And often, if you even set a meetup, like this is how actually a lot of communities started to happen originally is, oh wow, I did not know there are so many people who are interested in this. So like you don't need this big event. Like you just need, it can be just a cafe or a small space. You suggest getting together and it will happen, especially if you are in that place. I'm pretty sure you can find allies.
And happy to connect you with other Burmese friends who are here.
Oh, yeah. That would be great. Okay.
So this is I'm going to say it's a silly question. I mean, it's a serious question, but I'm presenting it in a very playful manner. So, take with it what you will. To what extent do you think that as the community grows, there's opportunity or a value to have more of a structure for initiation and ritual? And, I think that my friends at MetaGov, my buddy Seth and I talk about this a lot. There are these examples of these distributed organizations where the concepts are sort of centrally developed, but the implementation is distributed. The examples that we think of are the Scouts, and also to an extent AA, these examples of these really amazing organizations that are really implemented by people everywhere, but there's a central concept. And to what extent would something like that be valuable in a setting like this, going beyond the kind of vibes and super permissionless and like conferences as Schelling point structure that seems to be in place now, something a bit more structured like that?
I think this just brings up, for me, again, like all of these spaces for initiation, it brings up kernel for me, the kernel program. That's, it is, in my view, it's that type of initiation where it goes like for 6 weeks, you participate in it with others from all over the world, and then you go into these learnings about, again, the philosophy of it, the values of it, and so on. And then it does dip into, if you want to start building something, or you find somebody within the program and you start building something, then that can also tap into mentorship and so on. I'm speaking, having been a mentor in that like first few kernel blocks. And I think something like that, and developing something like that, that you can take it around and have this curriculum that you get people to gravitate towards, is this alternative to the physical space, physical event, travel to, and so on. Because again, most of it is online, and then it does fold into gatherings IRL when some of these events happen and so on. But that would be a good model as a suggestion for a structured thing that you don't necessarily have to travel to or make all of that effort.
I think making playbook of holding those rituals in your regional hub, I think is really can be one thing you can apply internationally. And I think there is already things happening, and it's not really obvious because it's a very small spaces that are very curated and for particular purposes, but it's there. I think it's moving really, really fast, and then we were gonna see way more in the future. But like, yeah, let's ideate more about that. Yeah, I think the time.
Yeah,
I have a feeling these people are asking questions. Probably they already, for someone like Daniel, you probably have an idea too. So maybe, like, we need more people to actually discuss more and then suggest things together with.
Okay, when's
like
part
you.
2?
When's
part two
Don't
of this
ask
conversation
me.
with everybody who's here?
Right?
Schedule
Yeah.
it. Let's schedule it. Okay. In 15 minutes, yeah. Bio break, and then we're back. Okay. Thank you, everybody, so much. We will try to make these like a more open thing, and maybe bigger space, and maybe more like prominent on the agenda. What do you think? Yeah, I think so. Okay. Thank you, everybody, for coming. And yeah.
Thank you, Simona. Thank you, Kim. Thank you, Sonny. Thank you, everyone.
Hello, hello. Sorry for the delay. We had a different plan to start, but we will show a few things, which are, one is account recovery. We have a generic relayer to send transactions on chain. And one other thing is we have a registry, which we will start with. So I was planning to do it later, but yeah. So let me show you. Wait one second. What's the original? Okay, I'm sorry. So anyway, hi, I'm Dimitri from ZK Email, and I would want to show you first the registry we built. Can you see that? I'll make it bigger, right? Sorry. So what you can do with this registry is basically you can create a blueprint, which will be like a blueprint for what you want to prove about an email, what you want to show. And we will, in the background, create a ZK circuit. And with this, you can then create proofs about emails with an SDK. So if you go to registry.zk.email, you can check out the site. And we'll show code in a bit. But basically, what you will do here is, log in first. If you want to create, you don't have to log in, but if you want to create a blueprint, you'll have to log in with GitHub. Let's try this out. Or actually, I'll show one existing one to make this part easier. So obviously, you can create any proof about any email, but I will show you a simple example, which is just proving that I'm part of a residency. So basically, you would come here, you put some inputs, you can upload the email to test, which I will do, so residency email, and you will fill in some information. So send a domain. The thing is, we have this chatbot, so hopefully it works, because what you actually have to do is create a regex, which would look like this. In the very end, you would add some values. And what you can see is now, if I want to prove something about the header of the email, I would select like the header, choose a max length, and write this regex definition. So this is the part where our chatbot will hopefully help. It's quite new, so please give us feedback if things are not working. But in this case, what I want to do is I will look for a welcome text in the header and say, I don't want to reveal this. And the next part is I want to reveal this. So I want to reveal I'm part of this residency with this text. So you can do all kinds of proofs. Let's imagine, like, for example, you want to create like a reimburse platform which someone's building, and you want to create proofs about Uber receipt. So what you would do is you would prove the sender is Uber, and you would find the amount of the receipt from Uber. And then you can prove automatically, hey, this is the amount of what the receipt I got from Uber, and then you can like do automatic reimbursements from that, for example. And yeah, I will skip this because right now this creating this circuit will take a few hours. So if you want to try it out, try one existing one for now. After you create it, it will appear in the homepage. Succinct. So two things you can do. You can first, of course, just create proofs on the website with this. So I can upload my email or use directly Gmail to connect and create like a proof locally. Will take a few seconds. But what's more interesting is you can now also use this in a SDK version. So let me see. Yeah, so there is a, sorry, can you see this? So if you go to github/zkemail/SDK TypeScript demo, sorry for the naming. So basically this. I added a demo how you would use this in TypeScript. So Let's see if this finishes. I don't know if it's the internet, but I don't know if you experienced the kind of slow internet here as well. Oh, yeah, anyway. So now we generated a proof. You can look at the proof. It will show you, generate some output. And so the email you can only see in localhost, so we don't save any emails. And if you want, you can also, we always deploy a verifier contract on chain so you can actually verify this proof. How would you use this in a SDK? I guess I have to make this bigger. So if you clone this repo, you will get this code. So basically, I just added a few examples here, like for long-running proofs and how to validate inputs before you use them. But in this, I'll just give you the short example. So basically, what we have here, first, what you need is like the blueprint you created, the ID. For this, you can basically, if you go to our website, like all of these have like this slug, and you can like just copy it and put it here. So that's one already added. Oh, sorry for these inlay hints. That's a bit. Yeah. Anyway, you just first thing you do, you import the SDK. You initialize it. So sorry for this, but you will in future pass other options. Like if you want to actually create blueprints, you have to pass an authentication. This is where you actually get the blueprint you created by the ID, so the one we have in the front end. And from this, you can create a prover. So we did this separately because in future we want to add client-side proving. So let's say if you build something like a whistleblowing platform, you wouldn't want to do this server-side. So we're working on a Noir implementation, so it will work front-end. Anyway, and all you have to do is then, in the end, pass in an email, which I read here from a file, and you will get the proof output. Let's actually see if this works. So you have to, I think I added the commands in the README, so you can, short example. So yeah, it will proof, it will wait for the proof, and then it will give you the proof output, the proof data. So yeah, that's basically it, what you need to use a proving system of emails in your front end. This currently only works in the browser, Node.js, but still not for Next.js server side. So you can use it in like Next.js front end, but not yet in server side. There's some weird issues we're working on with bundlers, but yeah. All right, that's for the first demo. Ayush will tell you a bit more general things about ZK email, and then we will show you other demos. Thanks a lot.
Cool. Okay. Okay, so I think the way we're probably going to structure this, now that you guys have a sense of like what is the registry and how does that work, is trying to get people to sort of generate their own proofs. And so it's a pretty big crowd, but I think maybe what we'll do is like kind of people will try to submit, like choose an email from their inbox, and then we'll try to get everybody to submit a blueprint to that registry so that you can define a new kind of proof. And then we'll send you guys, so the repo he just showed of the SDK quick start, actually putting it into an app. Then we'll put up a QR code where you can like clone that repo and then start working on actually getting an application around that. Maybe just so I can get like a sense of like where people are at their level, like maybe raise your hand if you've like heard of ZK email or like are familiar with ZK email and like know roughly what like the proof that we're actually making is. Okay, something like half. Okay, maybe we should also briefly re-intro that. And then the other thing is maybe raise your hand if after seeing that you feel kind of confident that you could go to the registry and make a proof of yourself. And if not, we'll kind of come around and help. Okay, so raise your hand if you feel confident with a registry demo. Okay, a handful of people. Okay, cool. So maybe what I'm going to do then is I'm just going to briefly go over like what is actually the proof that we're making for the people who didn't manage to make it to our talk yesterday, and then we'll put like a guide up for how to use the registry, and then go around and help people put up the registry proof. Okay, does that sound good to folks? Sweet. Okay, so maybe just the very basics of like what even are we doing here? So the point is that all of your emails are signed according to this like Devcon protocol. So RSA signature of a hash of all the data in the email. And what we want to do is prove some subset of this data on chain. Maybe you want to prove, oh, the subject of an email, or the fact that you took an Uber ride for $10, or the fact that you got into some residency or something. So the point is, zkML will let you prove this whole signature and then extract the information you want to extract. So maybe you can extract just a to field, or apply some regex to the body and extract some other selectively disclosed thing. And the point is, all these tools we've put together, the registry SDK, et cetera, make it very easy for you so you don't have to think about which ZK proof is happening in the background. The point is we can keep everything you don't decide to reveal private. It's directly verifying the Web2 mail service and not some third party, and you're verifying these on chains. We'll help you deploy like Solidity contracts as well if you want to do that. For some examples, I guess Dimitri already showed you the proof of residency one. You can imagine something like you can build like a very simple app where you can redact stuff from email and reveal it. The hope is that all of you can build something kind of similar to ZK-P2P with the knowledge you get here. One example of how ZK-P2P works is they take exactly this proof that we're going to help you guys define of here's an email from my inbox. They do it for Namecheap transfer emails. And they extract the domain name that was transferred on Namecheap and the fact that it came from Namecheap. And then they build a marketplace on top of that, right? So now this lets you buy and sell Namecheap domains directly on chain. And so the hope is that we can kind of get you guys to the point where you've defined this kind of proof. And you have, say, a Solidity contract, and now you can start building on top of that. OK, cool. Yeah, so maybe what I'll do is I'll put up 2 QR codes for the registry basically, and we can kind of we can get folks going through this whole sequence. And as people have questions, like our team will kind of come around and also ask the neighbors next to you, like, how do you do this thing? But I'll put up. OK, so this is a specific QR code for the registry that you should go to. If you're going to do this on your laptop, you should probably just type in registry.zk.email. And then what I'm going to do is I'm actually also going to put a QR code to the docs on the right side so that if you get lost, you can just follow the docs and then you should be hopefully good. Okay, I'll give people a second to scan this and go to this site, and then we'll kind of try to walk people through. Now that you've seen like a demo of what it might look like, we'll try to walk people through so everyone can do their own proof. Okay, so let me do. So do you have the docs in the new registry? The docs in the new registry?
No, we're not having those. We need to leave them anyway.
All right.
It's the same pattern.
That's fine, I got it, yeah.
This one,
Okay, cool. OK, so the first thing we want, I'll put this QR code back up. OK, cool, yeah, this looks pretty good. OK, so the first thing we want folks to do is find an email from your inbox you want to make a proof of. It can kind of be any email, but it should have some data you want to parse out of the subject or body. So I'll give people like, I don't know, a few seconds to go to their inbox and find some interesting email that you want to make a proof of. And then we're kind of going to go through, actually, like, everyone should be following through on their own computer, like trying to make this proof themselves. Cool. Maybe in this case, I'll try to use this email as an example. OK, and then do folks kind of want to walk around and then make sure people are like finding emails from their inbox? Sweet. OK, I'll give people like 30 seconds to search through their inbox, find an interesting email. OK, maybe raise your hand if you found an interesting email you want to make a proof of. OK, about half. Maybe raise your hand if you want another like minute. OK, handful of people. OK, we'll give people another like 30 seconds or so. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. So once you've found this email, if you're in Gmail, you're going to hit these like 3 dots, and then you'll see a little thing which is show original, and you're going to hit that. And if you're in Outlook, you'll see one which is like download original message, similar thing. You're going to hit that. OK, so I'm going to hit this. Okay, and now you see this like big document of all the raw data. This is where we're actually going to extract information from. Okay. Cool. Let me try to format this QR code so it shows up a little better. Okay, perfect. Sweet. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to log in into the registry. I'm going to start making a proof of that email. So I hope people have kind of found an email they want to make a proof of, opened the original message, and opened the registry and logged in, and gone to the Create Blueprint page. Okay, so if email's on the top right, the top left of your screen, the QR code is on the top right. This is how you get to the registry. Okay, and here I'm going to name the pattern. Let's say, alert. Google, let's just say Google Alerts. This is the one I'm going to do. Okay, maybe raise your hand if folks have opened the registry and have an email they want to make a proof of. Okay, that's like about half. Okay, cool. And then you'll notice this field, which is upload test EML. So once you've named your pattern, you're going to go to this kind of raw email, and you're going to download original. In Gmail, it's download original. In Outlook, you'll have one which is download original message, and you'll get like a .eml file. And you'll see there's now this .eml file that just got downloaded, and you're going to upload this into that little box. So I'm going to click to upload. Okay. That's going to be tough. Okay. Can you, did you ever put up that front end with the quad plot?
No, there's no separately.
I thought you said you put up, whatever, that's fine. Send me,
No, there's no such a thing like cloud as provide like GPT.
yeah, send me a link to the, actually we have the ChatGPT bot. We're just going to use the ChatGPT bot maybe.
It's way too bad, but like I can get it.
Okay, that's fine. We can try. Yeah, what's up? Cool. Okay, maybe raise your hand if you've uploaded the example EML. Sweet. Okay, and then we can start filling out the fields. Tags. This is like Google Alert. Prove you got a Google Alert for some keyword. Okay. Email query. I mean, Dimitri explained this earlier, but we're going to fill out when I actually searched my inbox to get this value. Maybe it'll be like this. This is going to be the string we literally put into your email search bar to fetch that email out automatically. So in this case, I'm going to put in Google Alerts. But you should put in your own query for what would result when you search your inbox to get that email. Cool. Okay. And then skip body hash check. This will depend whether you want to extract information out of the email subject or body. In this case, I only want to extract information out of the email subject. I want to extract this word. And so I'm going to skip the body hash check. If you want to extract value out of the body, leave the body hash check. Okay. Sender domain. In this case, I can look at the domain. We'll see this was sent from google.com. And so I'm just going to take this google.com and stick it into the sender domain. Cool. Okay. And actually, one thing I'm going to do as well is pull up. Okay, and then this AI, I think there's too many people who are going to trigger the AI auto extraction right now, so we're likely going to get rate limited. But if you use a ChatGPT bot on the top right, then you will not get rate limited. And then this will let you automatically extract these fields. So I can say something like, extract the actual value of the being alerted from the subject, and it should automatically fill that. But because we might get rate limited, you might have to scan this QR code for the ChatGPT bot, and then paste in the email and ask, I want to extract this, what regex should I use? Or you can kind of just manually put in your regex, although that might be a little bit harder. Cool, and then once you're ready, you can hit save as draft if you want to come back to this later, or compile blueprint. So if you submit the blueprint, then that will basically hit, our server will start generating ZK, a ZK circuit for it, and actually generating a unique circuit takes a few hours the first time you do it. And so the hope is by the end of, this few-minute process, everybody's at least submitted a blueprint, and then if you come back tonight or tomorrow or something, hopefully it's been generated, and then you can start making proofs of it. But we'll do the rest of the workshop with our existing compiled blueprints. Cool. Do people have questions? Because I know only half the people. Yeah. Okay. People want to. Yeah. Have you filled out the rest of the fields on the page? Oh, you're already using that. And you selected the email and you click generate proof. Yes. Okay. It's just loading for a while. There might be a rate limiting thing happening. We have a lot of people doing it right now. Yeah, maybe I would suggest either try a different pattern or try reloading it, trying again. Yeah, we've never tried with 100 kilovolts, so maybe that's the problem. But yeah. Yeah. So if I go up here, this email search query is literally going to be the thing in this search bar up here. So it's if I were to search my inbox to try to extract that value, what would I literally be searching for? And that will filter my inbox and say these are the possible emails that might be used as a valid proof in this proof. So the point is when people actually try this out, they're going to go to the registry, and then maybe they're going to use, let me find one of these patterns. I don't know, what is a pattern I can make a proof of? Maybe Google Alerts or something, and then I am going to hit connect. Most people just hit connect Gmail account and then automatically want to choose which email to make a proof of. And the point is, once you connect, it'll filter your email by that email query. Yep, cool, good question. Okay, yeah, question. The submit blueprint button is what? Disabled. So that means you've missed some field. So try going through all the fields and seeing, did I fill a field, did I fill something in the regex? Did I fill, there's probably some validation that's failing, or you didn't run the tests. Yeah. You're getting a yellow? Yeah, so it took you back to the main page now? Or wait, so sorry, what exactly did you click? Which button? One of these? Generate. Oh, yes, yeah, sorry. So I think the AI is probably getting rate limited right now because everybody's querying it. So I'd recommend using the ChatGPT bot in the top right instead. Yeah. Yeah. Failed test, what did it say? Yeah, probably the regex format wasn't exactly correct. Let me pull up for you guys what exactly the regex format should look like. Yeah, let me just pull up an example kind of parts there. Right, maybe one thing we can do is provide what exactly those regexes look like to help people make the definitions. Okay, Okay, let me pull up an example pattern that I know should compile. Probably this one. Okay. It's like a bit hard to parse, I guess. Let me try to put this in like a paste bin. Okay, we'll probably switch in like 20 minutes or so. Are the docs updated? The docs source? Okay. Okay, right. So this is kind of what you might imagine. I think some folks were having trouble with the regex. This is kind of how you need to structure what goes in to this like parts JSON field. Is you need to have like this kind of thing where you have is public and then a regex definition, is public, regex definition. In this case, I'm extracting some value out of the subject. Maybe to make it concrete for the Google Alerts email, we can try to do this as well, where we take, okay, we're going to see Google Alert. So I'm going to say, you know, in the subject. So before the field you're extracting, you'll have this little like thing you have to put of the delimiter before the actual value. So here I'm extracting something from the subject. You might imagine if you're extracting something from to or from, this would say to or from. And then you're going to put, you know, I'm going to see this in the subject, and then I'm going to see any value except the /r, and then the end of it. And so mostly what you'll be doing is editing this value in the middle and editing this value whether it says subject to or from. And your casing has to be correct. Like it has to be subject to from lowercase. And then here you put in like what exactly you want to parse. And then probably anything until the end, and then the end delimiter. Okay. I think maybe we'll keep going around and seeing what people's questions are. Yeah. So you mean like in this parse JSON, or? Yeah, because you can do add values to extract more than one. You could, yeah. Right, yeah, so exactly. So you'd add values to extract, and you'd put a second regex, and they'd both be constrained. If it's all in the body, I can just put one. If it's all in the body, you could just put one. It's more about like clarity of thought to make sure that that kind of, like, you feel like you're not making it too complicated in the body. If you're going to parse in the body, by the way, you don't need something that, this is for things in the header or subject. If you're going to parse something in the body, maybe let's add one to the body. Alert name body. If you're going to parse in the body, you can probably just directly parse what exactly it is you want to show. So in this case, okay, so you know, in this case, maybe I want to parse out, I see this in the body. What I'm going to do is I'm going to define, okay, is public equals false. Okay, so I'm going to put up here like subject parts JSON. I'm going to hit here body parts JSON. Okay, cool. So so if you're going to do body parsing, you can just say, this is the concrete thing that I'm going to see in the body, and then I'm going to extract out everything, in this case, except a quote after that, and this is what's going to be revealed. And so, you know, hopefully these subject and body parts JSON help you understand, like, if I want to parse that specific value from my subject or body, how exactly I need to do it. Yeah. So, okay. Yeah, great question. If you want to see like example attributes from other patterns, you can go into the registry. You can say, oh, I'm kind of curious how they built, I don't know, this Luma Devcon one. You're going to click this little hyperlink button in the middle, and this will take you to the actual pattern. And you're going to hit View All Versions. And then you'll see in the version history, you can now edit the old patterns, right? If you see that. So I can go in and I can edit, and I can view what exactly that pattern looked like. Right? And you can see, oh, this person defined an email body and put this stuff into the parser. Yeah. So, you know, maybe if you look at some, especially the older ones that are compiled, these are ones that we kind of looked at and made sure they look good. And so, you know, clicking one of these and then seeing, okay, view all versions and then edit will help you see what exactly should that pattern look like. And you can kind of use this to help understand, okay, what should my like pattern in this parts JSON actually look like? Sweet. Okay, yeah. 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 Yeah, it's a great question. So what is the developer experience of like actually making sure it's working? In generated output, you should see, if you did it correctly, like the actual output that will be generated. And so if you see an error like this, oh, failed to test decomposed regex on EML, then you know you made some bug on one of these regexes. And so, you know, I can go through and I can be like, okay, like let me try to fix this. You know, in this case, this regex, you know, high dot is probably not correct. But in this case, you know, I've gotten like an all test pass ready to compile. And so I know, okay, like it looks like this parser actually ran on my email, and so I should be, you know, good to submit the blueprint, or at least, at the very least, save it as draft and come back to it later if I don't want to start the compilation process right now. But hopefully, the generated output lets you debug, did it work or not? Sweet. Yeah, so the Venmo one used like an older version of this where they manually kind of went through, but the Venmo one, they just defined exactly a similar kind of regex definition, and then they built precisely this kind of thing, but for them, the dev tooling was much, much worse. Like they did not have this ability to just put in the regex and everything happens for them in the background. They had to kind of manually do everything. So this will let you build the Venmo thing, ideally in like one session like this. Yep. Or at least get all that solidity verification kind of done for you once the blueprint is finished, submitted, and compiling. Sweet, yeah. No, so what I'm showing right now, so the Gmail login stuff is included for convenience. So if I go back to here, but if you're using a non-Gmail client, two things. So one is we plan to add like non-Gmail clients into this Connect Gmail account. So we'll add, you know, Connect Outlook account, Connect all this other stuff. And if you use something else, you can always drag and drop and upload the raw EML. And so this will let it work for all non-Gmail accounts. Yeah. But we'll add ideally Connect Outlook pretty soon. Sweet. Yeah, question in the back. So when you see the error like failed to test decomposed regex on email, that means this regex you defined does not accurately parse your email. So what I would recommend doing is like remove one section at a time, like maybe cut, you know, the last two and be like, okay, do I still get the error? Okay, like put it back, do I still get the error? And kind of try to surgically find out, okay, if I remove, you know, maybe these, you know, do I still get the error? And try to kind of figure out where exactly in your regex you made the mistake. Yep. So maybe what I'll do is I'll demo this ChatGPT bot as well, because that will really help folks use it. Okay. So the point is this will help create those regexes. So maybe what I can do is I can take this this raw EML. So let me pull up this EML. Okay, so I'm gonna like copy paste this .eml file I downloaded into the ChatGPT bot, and then I'm going to say, help me extract via regex the part after Google alerts alert in the body. Something like this. So I'm going to paste in the email. I'm going to ask, like, help me generate this regex to do this kind of parsing. And then if I send this out, it'll take a second to process. Then it'll show us, okay, what is the name? Where should I parse? I should parse in the body. And then it'll give me the parts array and explain each part. So I'll do, let me pull this back up. So it'll tell me in the first one, make is public false and put Google alert dash. And in the second one, make is public equals true and put anything except this end forward. And so here, I've changed anything but the quote because the quote comes afterwards. But this is like somewhat accurate. Like I can take these little is public and regex parts and plug it into exactly this kind of a JSON. And then if I dump that in, I should be good to go. And in fact, it'll give me this like JSON parts section that I can just copy out the parts directly in this like piece of code it generates. So hopefully this ChatGPT bot helps people generate the regexes and can help you also debug. You can say, hey, I use this as my parts JSON. It's not working. Why? Where might the parsing be wrong? And the hope is that this bot has enough prompts of example patterns from our registry that it can help you debug that. Cool. Yeah, maybe I'm going to go around and keep helping people one-on-one, and we'll see. We'll do this for about 7 more minutes, and then transition to the Solidity part of the workshop. So even if you got totally super duper lost here, we'll transition to something in about 5 minutes or so. So yeah, sweet. I'll keep going around and answering questions. Yeah. Cool. So I'm gonna just briefly explain the main issues that people have been having, and then we're gonna transition to the other code sections. Okay. So some issues that people were having is I noticed for some folks the submit blueprint button was not enabled. So you have to fill in all the fields. So 64, the max length is one common one people missed. You have to put in a description, you have to put in a tag, and then click enter, so it becomes a tag type. And then you have to upload an email for so you have to have an uploaded email in this field for the submit blueprint button to be available. And at the bottom, you have to see tests pass. If there's no email uploaded here, it won't let you submit the actual blueprint at the bottom. I noticed some folks saved as draft, and then tried the pattern on the front page and realized they couldn't hit create proof. So the main thing there is that you can only do create proof on the main page if you've submitted the blueprint and you've waited a few hours for the thing to actually compile and for us to make the circuit for you in the background. So it'll kind of take a moment for that to work. Yeah. So and then one thing is if something's going wrong, you can't submit the blueprint, you don't know why, I would just save as draft for now, and then we will maybe send out a note to folks in the workshop saying, hey, we fixed some bug where the thing didn't submit the blueprint, try it again or something like that. And we'll put a Telegram URL up here for folks to join and ask questions about, hey, is my blueprint compiled yet? Kind of what's going on, and we can make sure we help out there. So I'll put up the QR codes. Let me see if we have the QR code somewhere. Yeah, here, okay. Okay, so what I've done is I've stuck the Telegram link in a QR code over here. It's the leftmost one. If you scan the QR code, you can ask us questions in the Telegram group. Hey, did my pattern compile? My blueprint's still not working. I tried to save draft, tried to compile, it's not working. And we will try to give support after the workshop and over the next few weeks and months. My goal is to get everybody who started a blueprint here to compile it. There might be some bugs on our side, maybe we can make the clarity of why the parsing is wrong more clear and things like that. And we'll try to make this better over the next few weeks and months. But at least it sounds like some people were able to fill in all the fields and get that to work. Yeah. Cool. So yeah, if you have more questions, I would send to the Telegram. But we're going to pivot a little bit. And maybe one thing I'm curious about pivoting to is I'm wondering if people will be more excited to build a front end in which they import this proof and then now do something on top of that, or if people will be more excited to do Solidity, calling ZK-ML proofs on Solidity with sent emails. So concretely, you do something like our email-based account recovery, in which you receive an email saying, do you want to recover the account to some address? You receive an email, you reply to it, and then that transaction triggers on-chain. So I'm just going to do a quick poll. Maybe raise your hand if you prefer JavaScript to Solidity, and you want to go over a JavaScript version of implementing these proofs. Okay. Maybe 6, 7 people. Okay, raise your hand if you prefer Solidity and you want to go over a version of triggering transactions in Solidity directly. Okay, that's 20 people. Okay, so I think what we're going to do is sorry JavaScript people, I'll put a link to the JavaScript demo after we're done with this and the docs, and you can try doing that yourself. But we'll probably focus on Solidity this time around. Cool. Yeah, and again, if you have more questions, if you hit up our Telegram, you're look, I really wanted the JavaScript part of the workshop. Where's the link for the docs, the SDK, whatever? We'll send it to you. So the Telegram is really a good one. Okay, we're gonna pivot a little bit, switch gears. If your pattern didn't compile, save it as draft, and we'll come back to it later. So just hit save as draft down here, and we can help give support on the Telegram. And okay, switching gears a little bit. So maybe briefly before we even kind of dive into that, I'll give a brief presentation of what exactly are we even doing with this Solidity style transactions. So this will be maybe a 2-3 minute overview, and then we'll dive into actually building this ourselves. So far, what we've done in the workshop is proving emails you've received in your inbox. You know, there's all sorts of weird emails, but you would imagine maybe you want to trigger an on-chain smart contract by sending an email. So you have an email, a smart contract controlled by an email address, right? So this allows you to do something like account recovery, where you can add emails as guardians to a smart wallet and then use those email addresses to recover that account. You can have emails on multi-sigs or directly on a safe you add an email, and then that email recovers the account. You can have login with emails, where now you can say, you know, someone's put an email in an interface and they've kind of imported that, that login. And you can have something like an email wallet where you receive tokens directly to email. And these are the 4 examples we've shown of what happens when an email address controls a smart contract. But you know, you can either use the SDKs we've put out for these 4 and integrate it into your app, and I'll put out the QR code for those, or you can build your own custom kind of email triggered transaction. What does this like concretely look like? You'll receive an email saying, you know, do you want to say recover your account or sign on this multi-sig or, you know, log into this website? And all you have to do is reply confirm. And it lets you interact with the smart contract directly. When you reply, we make a ZK proof. We receive that email. We make a ZK proof of that signature, and we prove it on chain. This email is like, I've moved the data that's actually being proved into the subject so we can all read it. But when you actually try our code, this will all be embedded into the body. But you can see if you read this, like the command you're actually signing by replying to this email is recover account ETH address from old owner ETH address to new owner ETH address. And this is concretely what will execute on chain. You know, so the service we're going to provide is we're going to deploy a relayer for you and allow you the option to self-host it when you want. The relayer sends and receives emails and makes proofs. So the user will say something like, I want to recover my account. The relayer will send them an email saying, are you sure you want to recover the account? If you do, reply confirm to this email. The user replies confirm, and then the relayer takes that reply, makes a ZK proof of it, sends it on chain, and triggers that smart contract. Cool. You know, you can accept Guardian requests. You can anonymize your email address on chain. We'll automatically handle making sure the email is anonymous on chain. And the point is the relayer is decentralized, so you can start with our hosted relayer just so you can get a prototype up, and then run your own server when you feel ready to. Sweet. So maybe what I'll do is I will put up, I'll briefly go through what the interface actually looks like, and then we can look at the various SDKs and things like that. Okay, so I guess maybe the first thing I'll go over is if you actually want to add, let's say you want to add a specific version of one of those 4 ideas, like say account recovery to your application, you probably wouldn't use a generic transaction builder. You'd automatically use the recovery version that we deployed. So in this case, you know, we've deployed a recovery module that you can just add to any smart account. So how would you do that? You would take our Solidity, you know, smart contract, you'd install that on your wallet, and then you'd hit our API with these different acceptance requests, recovery requests, complete request. Again, keeping in mind, you can always self-host this API if you want, but you can start with ours just for ease of convenience. When you actually want to add the smart account into, you know, a wallet on a front end, you can use some code like this that we've already kind of configured for people deploying this account recovery to a wallet. The docs will be like your friend here. So if you look, oh, I want to do account recovery, and you search it in the docs, you'll be able to pull up that page and be like, okay, this is exactly what I need to do to integrate it. But maybe the thing we'll focus on this workshop is getting generic Solidity commands to work. So you know, in this case, you would maybe want to build your own version of this kind of email trigger transaction. Let's say you wanted to build account recovery. You would define something like recover account ETH address to new owner ETH address. You define a Solidity function that looks exactly like this. A recovery subject template that, you know, takes in string memory, returns templates, that just defines the pattern. And you plug in, you know, in this case I've done, you know, curly braces ETH address where I want ETH addresses. You can also put strings, numbers, whatever. And so let you automatically access those values from within Solidity. And then you would hit our API with a query like this. Our quick start will automatically do this end-to-end thing for you, and you can kind of just fiddle with it. Oh, what if I change the word account from account to wallet? What if I change an ETH address from an ETH address to a string? And so let you experiment with this as a starting point. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to, maybe what I'll even do is I'll link to a more specific point in the docs where we have this kind of this sort of generic relayer thing going on. Let me pull up where exactly we have this. Quick start. Okay, so I'm going to link everyone to this quick start. this is concretely in email. Cool. So you can either go to docs email transaction auth. This is our email transaction builder, and then the quick start, or you can just scan this QR code. If you're on your laptop, you probably want to do the bottom one. If you're on your, it's not really possible to run Solidity on your mobile, so I wouldn't recommend scanning from your phone. And then we'll basically show once you've got, okay, so I'll leave this QR code up for a little bit. Once you've got this this QR code scanned, then I guess the detail will take over. What exactly should you do with this quick start, running through, actually cloning the repo, going through these docs, etc. So I'll give people like 30 seconds to make sure you've scanned this QR code, make sure you have this link on your computer. You're at docs email tx auth quick start, and we'll go from there. I'll make this bigger. Okay, I'm gonna give you 10 seconds to take this, and then we're gonna move to what exactly to do with the quick start. Okay, everybody has scanned. I hope so. You have like 3 seconds. Okay, cool. Now we're gonna swap to, once you're on this quick start page, we're gonna actually go through this git cloning, CDing in, setting your environment, and then actually deploying. Cool. You wanna take over?
Sure. Cool. So hey everyone, I'm Aditya here, and the entire point for this particular section of the workshop is to show that how easy we have sort of made to do an on-chain transaction, like specifically to a contract function, purely by replying to an email. So if you want to integrate people just replying to emails and that triggering an on-chain transaction, this is like a really brief demo for that. Cool. So
maybe just quickly, one question. Can people read the screen like from the back? Because it looks a little bit blurry. Maybe raise your hand if you can read the text. But it's good. Okay, looks good. Okay, should be fine.
good, cool. Yeah, so if anyone hasn't been to the docs page yet, it's docs.proof.email. You come to the email transaction auth section, and in there you just click to quick start. I'll give people half a minute to a minute to do this. Yeah, just do the first step. You just need to clone a Git repo and CD into the directory. Can I have a show of hands of people that have done this? Cool, I can see 5, 6 hands, 7, 8, 9, cool. Yeah, so I'll continue. I'll just... So once you have sort of CD'd into the directory, I would recommend you to run this one command. This is one package that you might need. I'll just screen, yeah. So it's brew install JQ. Just do this if you don't have. A few of Macs probably have this, a couple of don't, so this is just like a sanity sort of installation. Cool. And once you have done the installation, just go back to the docs page, scroll down, and you would see this one make command. I would ask you to copy this command, paste it into your terminal, and then just enter your email address. So this is my email address, and you can enter your email addresses as well. Once you submit this, you should receive a response with the status success. Got it? Cool. Got it? The command is in the docs, so if you just scroll a bit down, it is make space submit space capital email equals your email address. And for people who have done this already, what you would have received is that if you go to your email, you would have received a very templated email. It would look something like this. Once this step is complete, and yeah, I would recommend you to just reply to it. It doesn't matter what you're typing in, as long as you're replying to the email, it is good enough. Show of hands, people who have done it. Cool, 5 people. Anyone from there having any issues? 502? Just run again. This is, okay. So why you would have been receiving 502 is that we are also making an alchemy check for checking that is any transfer of data or approval of ERC20 tokens are sort of being done. And to avoid that, there's an alchemy simulation check, and that would have rate limited. So just try again. And I will be giving the overview of this as well. Cool. So for people sort of basically asking that what did we actually do? Okay, we replied to an email, and if I was to show you the email, just give it some time. Yeah, few of the folks would have received an email like this, where it would have said your request ID has been complete. View on Explorer, you can see this one transaction that has happened. So what did you really do by replying to an email? If you sort of go over the actual contract in the repository that you just cloned, you would find yourself a contract that has already been deployed. You could have deployed this yourself and then made few changes. But what essentially is being done in this particular contract is that we have created an email auth contract for you. And what it does essentially is that it allows you to create commands. And what do I mean by commands? Commands look something like this. You can have multiple commands, and the meaning of a command is that you can trigger things with it. So every specific command does something. If you could have like an approve ERC20 command, you could have that, oh, swap my ERC20 token if this particular command is run, or send money to this particular ETH address if that particular command is run. For the sake of this particular demonstration, all of these commands emit an event. And there are different sort of templates or placeholders that you can use. You can use a string, you can use uint, ETH address, et cetera, et cetera. And you can have the complexity of the command as you want. So if you were to go into docs, I have this example of commands that you could have used. Where is it? Cool. So the example of commands can be, for example, send decimals tokens to ETH address. And this is a templated command. And while filling the parameters, you could have specified 2.5 tokens to this particular address. And you create these commands, and essentially, you would be creating this contract where you have the command templates, and the actual function that we are hitting with the make command is the emit email command function. And what it essentially is doing is that you have something called as template ID. You're computing the template ID. And if the email proof is being verified, then at the end, you're emitting an event. So you can have your own custom logic at the end of the email proving step. And once the email has been proven and a particular command has been run, then you can have your whatever logic you want at the end of the function. And what it'll essentially do is that it'll verify your email proof and then at the end run that command. And if I was to show you the API call that is getting made at the end, the call looks like this. I hope this is visible. Cool. The contract address is the contract address that you would have deployed. In this particular case, the contract address is for this particular contract. That's the emit email command contract. You have a DKIM contract address. This DKIM address contract can be found in the Ether email auth layer. So if you go to this particular repo, you will find the DKIM contract. So you mentioned that you can also use the existing DKIM contract, which you can find in the makefile. Account code, function ABI. So this is basically the ABI of the function that you want to hit. In our case, it is the emit email command. So the ABI that is getting used is for this particular command. Thank you. You can specify which email address it is getting sent to. You can specify the subject you want. You can specify the body and the chain you want to do it. Also, your function can have more parameters other than the struct that we are constructing. So for example, in this particular function, you have the owner address and a template index that is an address and a UN type. So you can add the remaining arguments at the end of it. And what this essentially does is that you trigger our relayer, which would send an email to the user. Once the user has replied to the email, our IMAP server will pick up the email. It'll send it to our prover, which will create a ZK proof of that particular email, and then it will hit on-chain the transaction that you want to hit. So the command/function in the contract that you want to hit. So all of this is actually abstracted for you, and we are handling all these processes. So for you, you only would be needing to deploy a contract and hit our API with the specifications that was mentioned. Cool. All right, this is taking time. Was this clear? Anyone having issues? Yes.
tell them to be 2 minutes late and help? Can you help someone while they're yeah. Okay, that's fine. Okay, yeah. Yeah, see you. Yeah. Okay, cool. So as we're coming to the last 7 minutes here, maybe I'll just address some of the last few notes. Some folks mentioned wanting to self-host. If you go to this repo on GitHub, you can basically clone it locally, and you'll see all the packages and infrastructure that this relies on, and you can self-host the relayer if you want, and the API interface should be exactly the same. If you want to integrate any one of the specific things, like account recovery on the left, email signers, OAuth login, or email wallet, that's already been built and audited for you. You can use one of these 4 QR codes. And if you want, these are the main QR codes, questions on the left side on the Telegram, our website in the middle at zk.email, and these slides on the right side, so you can kind of go through yourself and be like, oh, what were all those other QR codes that I missed? So these are kind of the most important things to scan. And we'll kind of be around to keep taking questions, but I'm hoping that people came away from this with a sense of like, one, how can I define proofs of emails in my inbox, even if potentially, you know, we didn't exactly get all of them compiling. Hopefully that at least gave folks some insight. And then also, how can I get proofs of emails triggering on-chain transactions? I hope people got at least an idea of here's an MVP way to do it. When I want to put it into production, I can use one of the audited versions up here, or I can kind of you know, read the docs and build one myself. Again, please ask questions in our Telegram, and we will be around the ZK email impact booth for the next 2 days. It's kind of on the opposite corner of the building on this floor. There's a bunch of impact booths, and you can see us, you can come to us, you can be like, hey, I really wanted to get the proof from my workshop compiling. Can you help me? And someone will be at the booth, and we will get the thing compiling. And so, yeah, definitely meet us at the impact booth if you want more information. And if you like account abstraction, you want to debate it with us, we'll be at the Account Abstraction Community Hub. Yeah, definitely come see us at any of these. But I'll leave these up for another like few minutes, and hopefully folks can grab these and yeah, keep asking us questions. Meet us at the impact booth if you didn't get it compiled. Sweet, thank you for coming. And I hope that people were able to learn at least something from this. And we also have a talk that we gave yesterday that will be live streamed that was live streamed that you can go and listen on, like, okay, how exactly does all this stuff even work? Like, what is happening in the background? And you can get a lot more insight from that and our docs. Okay, thank you guys. Yeah, I hope yours is super lit. I'm excited.
This here, but what I don't know is how do I present?
Oh, sorry. So sorry. I just unplugged you.
What happened there? Hi, everyone. For all of those of you joining for the Designing a Reach Around workshop, please, we're going to ask you to seat according to which group you belong to. So the exercise that we're going to be doing in this workshop is, I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with retro rounds, retroactive funding rounds. Yes, I see some hands going up. If you're part of an ecosystem, like you are a protocol or you want to design a round to incentivize growth or different things in an ecosystem, we're going to ask you to please sit on the left side of this area. Everyone, please try to come over to the middle. If you are looking to design a round for a community, say you're a local community and what you're trying to incentivize is growth or different goals within your local, geographically local community or community of a different type, we're going to ask you to sit on the right side. And this is because we're going to be making... you're right. So here. Yeah. Perfect. So communities over here, ecosystems on this side. And this is because we're going to have breakout groups. So this is going to be a very hands-on workshop. You'll be working or collaborating with 2 or 3 other people that are here to go through the process of designing a richer round. And it's best if you are sitting or partnered with those that are on the same wavelength of who your audiences are going to be, what are the type of values or behaviors that you want to incentivize. So that is why, please, ecosystems to the left and communities to the right. It's your right. Yeah, ecosystems is on the left, which is your left. So if you're, I'm sorry, I think, oh, that's more. So ecosystems to the left and communities to the right. Do you want to give out the... Perfect. We're going to be handing out some Post-it notes so that it's easier for you to brainstorm. Usual advice from workshops, 1 idea per Post-it note is going to make it a lot easier for you all to know what to do with these different ideas. And, okay. Communities here. To the right. And I think this will also come clear, and happy to go over any questions around seating when we get to the breakout groups. Perfect. So before diving right into it, how many of you know what retroactive funding rounds are? Can I? Boop, boop. There we go. Yes? Yes. Can I get a hands up from those of you that know what a reach around is? If not, because I'm just going to walk through it. Perfect. So one of the reasons why we've been experimenting with reach arounds as of late is the fact that it is meant to be easier than running a proactive grants programs, right? In a proactive grants program, what you're trying to do basically is predict the future. You're trying to understand if people are going to do what they say and promise that they are going to do. You're trying to predict if this is still going to be relevant to your ecosystem or to your community by the time it is done. And you're trying to assess as well if the team that is doing it is going to be capable of doing it. So basically, we're trying to fulfill the role of a VC when we're not VCs, when we don't have that information, when we don't have the tools that VCs have. And this is why, or through this logic, this other mechanism came up, and Vitalik came up with it, or write about it. Actually, not came up with it, but write about it. And the most relevant thing here is that in reach rounds, we expect that it's easier to agree on what was useful rather than trying to predict what is going to be useful. And so retroactive rounds are a funding mechanism. You might have heard them as retroactive rounds, which is the latest rebranding that Optimism has given to this funding mechanism. But previously, and I think it's more widely known as RetroPGF, retroactive public goods funding rounds. And this is a funding mechanism that has two sides of it. The first one is we have a results oracle. This results oracle can be a group of people. It can be a smart contract. But right now, all of the forms in which we've seen it have been groups of people that reward projects that they recognize as having had and as having already provided value, either to an ecosystem or to a community. However, we know that the design of this oracle is actually a complicated thing. So what we've seen as well, and what is expected of these retroactive rounds, is that we have them running over and over again because we're experimenting with the design of these rounds, which is also what we're going to be exploring today in this workshop. We're not expecting to have the best design from the get-go. We know that we're going to learn and get closer to this best design in an iterative way. We're going to be trying out different hypotheses. We're going to be trying out different variables. We will be engaging different audiences. And through that process, we expect to get to a better outcome of how these allocations are done. And I will mention that retroactive funding is not a new thing. This is not something that was invented in the Web3 space. We actually have institutions that have been running this type of funding rounds for really long times. And maybe, I'm not sure who knows what this is, but this is the Nobel Prize, or like the insignia that is given as a Nobel Prize. And the Nobel Prize is one of the best examples of a retroactive funding program. People that are granted Nobel Prizes are people that have done research usually like decades ago, and it's until it has been proven that this research has been really meaningful to society that they get awarded a cash prize and a lot of other things that come with being a Nobel laureate. But it's a similar experiment that we're running with retroactive rounds, in which we're looking at what has yielded a very valuable contribution to an ecosystem or to a community, and we want to reward that because we want to incentivize more people to have this type of behaviors of contributing to the communities or to the ecosystems. So one of the things that I suggest for all of those thinking of running retroactive rounds is this is an iterative process and it takes time. It is resource intensive. So don't try to run. It's not going to be perfect at the first time. It's going to require several iterations, and you will need to take your time in going through this process. Okay. So this is a mechanism that was made popular by Optimism. Optimism has run already 6 rounds. We are currently, or we just closed, I think 1 day ago, the latest 6th round. Optimism, for those of you that don't know it, is an L2 that has committed to this funding model from inception. From the moment in which Optimism minted its token, they decided that the fees generated and its model, they decided that the fees generated by the sequencer were going to be directed to this mechanism, and they are going to be used to fund public goods and to fund projects that are creating, that are providing an impact or benefits to the ecosystem. They've been also pioneering in the experimentation of this mechanism. So while they started with a small round back in 2021, in which they gave out about 1 million USD and had a small subset of voters. This has continued to grow and evolve throughout the years. Their largest round was in 2023, in which they allocated about 30 million OP through different categories, and they had a set of about 140 voters. They've also been experimenting with other type of rounds, like the latest fourth round, in which they used voting style called metrics, like impact metrics. People voted in impact metrics instead of projects, but it's been going back and forth in between voting for projects or for metrics. And this is something that they've committed 850 million OP throughout the rest of the life. And this is only what was allocated at the inception of the token. There's also all of the funds that are being generated through sequencer fees that are going to continue with this, that are meant to continue this mechanism, or funding this mechanism. It's important to note, though, that Optimism is not the only ecosystem running retro rounds. There's already been several rounds run by other ecosystems, such as Filecoin, that is currently running its second retro round. There's also Pocket, which ran its own round at the mid this year. Interestingly, also using the funds that they received from the Optimism retro round and funding that they received from Arbitrum to reward its own contributors. There's also the Celo ecosystem that ran around earlier this year and is looking to run another round at the end of this year. And the Leap P2P library, or Leap P2P ecosystem, that has also run its own retro round to fund those that have been providing value to this library. And in addition to that, it's not only ecosystems that can use this mechanism, but we've also seen local communities using this mechanism to incentivize specific types of behaviors. So one of the really nice things about retro rounds is that what you're doing is you're creating a feedback loop of behaviors that you're incentivizing that are going to enable your community or your ecosystem to get to a goal, right? So while we can see that for ecosystems, this may be growing your TVL, making your users more sticky, or growing the number of your users, we can also see that local communities that are trying to onboard more people into Web3, that are trying to become more regenerative, can also use this mechanism to incentivize this type of positive behaviors. And people will know that this is something that is going to continue to happen, and this type of behavior will continue to be rewarded as long as these retro rounds are ran with, there is this expectation that these rounds will continue to run. So we've also seen groups such as DAO Drops, which ran one retroactive round as such earlier last year, whom they were targeting was Ethereum contributors, regardless of which L2 or which ecosystem within the Ethereum ecosystem they were contributing to and what their type of contributions were. We've also seen local communities such as ETH Colombia and Ethereum Mexico host their own rounds. And we've also seen other educational communities such as Cryptoversidad also doing this type of experiments to incentivize more people in particular behaviors that they find relevant to their communities. And so as I mentioned before, retro rounds are mechanisms. And there's 5 steps that I usually look at when designing mechanisms. And that I usually look at when designing mechanisms, and that it's good to keep in mind because these affect, the steps and as we scope them, affect the rest of the process. And it's also important to think of it as multiple steps because this means that you can change the things and the sub-mechanisms that are part of the mechanism design, or in this case, the retro mechanism. So first, we have funding. And when we're thinking of the retro rounds, sometimes you don't need to worry about funding. Sometimes you're Optimism and you just have funding. But if you're a local round or you're a local community that wants to host a round, you need to think about where am I going to get the funding for running this round. Not only to run the operations of this round, but also where am I going to get the funds to give out to the community because they've done the behaviors that I want to incentivize. Second is the design of the round. And when I talk about design, I'm not talking about the images that we're going to use or the fonts or the colors that we're going to use, but who the audience is. What is it that I'm trying to incentivize? All of this work that leads up to the round. And we also have the data aggregation. So based on the design that you're using, based on the things that you're trying to incentivize, and based on your audience, you're going to be able to determine what are the type of metrics and data that I can use to measure if people or projects have actually generated value to my ecosystem or to my community. This is the why, the how, and the what. Then third, we have the decision making. So what we've seen so far has been groups of people in different sizes voting on who gets the funding. But there's other ways in which we can have this decision-making process take place. This could be 2 different groups of voting, groups that vote. You can have one group that votes, then people review the vote, they approve it or decline it. And this is why I wanted to call out there's this decision-making process, which can be its own mechanism. Then there's the disbursement process or disbursement mechanism, which can be you're streaming the tokens over a certain amount of time or you're giving the lump sum. And then you have really important a post-mortem analysis. You definitely want to look at how your round went to understand if you did the right things when you were designing your round. And then in this workshop, we're going to focus on the design because this is the most relevant part of your round. If you don't get the design for your round right, you won't know if you're actually achieving the goal that you wanted to achieve. And therefore, you won't know if you're using your resources in the most efficient and effective way to achieve your goal, which means you're not going to be able to evaluate if the program that you just ran actually made a difference for your ecosystem or for your community, and if you should even think of running it again. So why are we going to focus on the design and the scope? First is we have a lot of participants and a lot of audiences that participate in a round. Each of them have different incentives, but this is a game that we're all playing together. And we want to make sure that we're aligning everyone's incentives so that we're able to get to the goal. So we want to be specific also around what the incentives are that we want to have imbue in the community or in the ecosystem. And it's essential, as I mentioned, for knowing what the goal is going to be essential for us to know if it worked. Second, it's also going to help us improve the stakeholder management. This can be a very time-intensive process. So we want to make sure that people know what they are supposed to do, when they are supposed to do the things, and why they are supposed to do these things. If we're asking them to vote, if we're asking them to review projects, if we're asking them to provide specific data, we need them to understand why they're doing these things so that the retro round itself can be successful. Number 3 is we want to mitigate risks through the design. We want to understand and recognize what are the unknowns in this design, what are the variables that we're unable to influence or that we're unable to control in these experiments. And we also want to know what could go wrong. And if there is something that we can avoid, that we can do to avoid it going wrong. And the 4th one is we need to optimize our resources. Specifically for local community rounds, I know that ecosystems tend to have a lot of funds, and this is also what enables them to experiment with this type of mechanisms. But this may be something that local communities cannot afford, because they are either being funded one by one, or they have a more limited runway, which means that you need to be able to pick your battles in terms of where you're allocating your funding. You need to be able to clearly identify where should you be putting your time, where should you be putting your funds, and where should you be directing the attention of your community when you're running this type of rounds. You want to identify what are the most high impact areas that you want to be focusing your initial or your first iterations of the rounds on. And in terms of incentives, as I mentioned before, with this type of mechanism, we're looking at not predicting. We're not trying to predict the future. We're trying to assess what has already been useful. So we want to align incentives. So the hypothesis here with this mechanism is that people out there will build what matters to this ecosystem or to this community. And once they've generated this value, they're going to be rewarded for it. But if we're not telling them properly, what is it that this ecosystem needs, or if that is not clear and it's not of common understanding for the community, it's going to be very hard to have people building the things that are actually doing meaningful work for the ecosystem. And for example, this is something that we've seen in Optimism and that we've seen in some of the other Reacher rounds, in which there's a lot of work that is being done, but this is not exactly what is needed. Or we see multiple versions of the same thing being replicated and not being used by the target audiences that people are trying to save time or improve their work. If we're not, and this stems from a lack of communication and a lack of clarity in terms of where is the ecosystem headed, what is actually needed, what is still going to be useful in 3, 4, 5, 6 months from now. So if we give this information, either as local community or ecosystems, to the audience, like to the community members, we're going to be able to get them excited of contributing to the ecosystem and know that they will be receiving a reward. And we will avoid having to have them lose faith or hope in this mechanism or process by building something that is not going to be rewarded because it wasn't impactful or useful. And as I was mentioning, this predictability of having these rounds is going to create reliability. You want to have your builders or the members of your community know that there's going to be multiple rounds, so they are going to continue behaving in this particular way that you've set. Through this mechanism, what we're doing is we're creating new behaviors. We're asking people to actively change what they do with the expectation of a future reward. And this change in behaviors happens over time. It's not going to happen from one day to another, and it's not going to be cemented only after one round. So it's also important that as we continue to iterate on these designs and on these rounds, we make sure that we're not completely disrupting the expectations from the participants, because it's going to make it really hard to keep incentivizing the behaviors that we want to see in the ecosystem. Let's see. Okay. So I'm going to stop very quickly there, because now we're going to jump into the breakout groups. Does anyone have any questions so far on to Reacher rounds? No. Perfect. So next thing that we're going to do is we're going to design our own Reacher round. Yes.
Can I project? Okay. All right. Testing. I'm just curious if you could share some more examples of retro rounds, and what are the differences in the round as you change what you're funding? Like if it's software or if it's governance or if it's something else.
Thanks. Yes. So depending on what it is, on who your audience is and what their capabilities are, for example, in terms of, perfect. In terms of generating different data that you want to aggregate for people to vote, depending on how much funding you have, depending on precisely the things that you're looking to fund and incentivize, you're going to have different types of communication that you're having with them. There's also going to be, as I mentioned, different types of data that you're going to be gathering. So for example, I designed and ran the Ethereum Mexico round. What we were focusing on there was, this is a geographically specific round. And what we were looking to incentivize were 5 different things in the community. We wanted people that were prioritizing onboarding others into the Web3 ecosystem. So we were looking at an increase on wallets, regardless of which chain this was happening in. So I think this is also going to be one of the main differences that you might see from local communities versus ecosystem-specific communities. Ecosystem-specific rounds, in which ecosystem-specific rounds will look to increase the value to their own ecosystems, which makes sense in that it is their funding and they have goals that they need to achieve within their own ecosystem to be successful. So you'd be looking at more specific metrics such as mentioned, TVL, number of users, number of transactions, transaction size, or if it's libraries, number of projects that are using this library within my ecosystem. Then on the community rounds, what we were experimenting with in the Ethereum Mexico community was looking at number of people onboarded into Web3. We were also looking at reducing the gender gap, so number of projects that were specifically targeting onboarding women or supporting women in the Web3 space. We were also looking at refi communities in Mexico, so looking at how many had interacted with local regenerative projects, how many of them had onboarded local regenerative projects, or use cases in the refi space. We were also looking at education, so partnerships with universities, and these were some of the type of behaviors that we were trying to incentivize in the long term as well. So for us, let's say that an ecosystem would be pushing for a growth on number of users in their own ecosystem. We were pushing for a number of new users or new attendees to Web3 events. Because our hypothesis, and this is also where the designing and understanding, well, what is your North Star and what is your goal is really relevant, because it's what we are trying to incentivize in the long term is we want to have more people educated and participating in the Web3 space. That would be one in terms of onboarding. Second, we want to see more women integrated into the space. So allocating funding to that as well. I would say those are 2 of the main differences that we've observed. I know as well that I believe Ethereum Colombia, one of the things that they were incentivizing as well is number of people running their own nodes. So how people are actively participating in securing Ethereum. But those are some of the things that are stark differences. And I think also another thing that is very dependent on whether it's an ecosystem or a local community thing is local communities are very different from one another in terms of the things that are needed in one country or one city are going to be very different from what's needed in a different country or a different city. And how we framed as well the round that Ethereum Mexico ran is we want to fund the edges where impact is happening. And this impact might not be clearly understood by someone that is very far away. So say even if this is impact that they are onboarding everyone into Optimism, this might be very difficult for Optimism to recognize from such a far away point of oh, why is this relevant in Mexico in this type of scenario? But this is something that local communities, if they are the ones running the rounds, if they are the ones designing and determining what is impactful in this specific situation or in this specific reality, they're going to be better able to identify and understand why this was impactful and why it should be rewarded. So I also think that one of the big differences is how close you are to the impact that is being generated, so that people are able to identify it and fund it.
That's a very broad spectrum.
Hello. So I had a question about how you can measure the post-mortem analysis, and I was thinking like that should be done. I was thinking about how an ecosystem that runs PGF rounds, retro PGF rounds, can make the post-mortem analysis, and I was thinking like this is a whole design space on how you can do that, how you can measure how much you incentivize the project from the previous round compared to the next round after 1 year. So yeah, my question is how, for example, the analysis of previous optimism rounds happened.
Perfect. So for each of the optimism rounds, there has been hypotheses that are set at the beginning of the rounds in terms of lessons learned from the previous rounds, and then why are they making the design changes that they are doing. It's sort of like we are, say now we're going for impact metrics based voting, and we're doing this because we expect that people are going to have an easier time deciding which type of metric is more relevant to them. They won't have to, we're going to be reducing time because they're not be reviewing each of the projects. And then once the voting comes to an end and allocations are done, there's usually also an exit survey that is sent. And all of this data is then aggregated to understand, I think this one has been more of a sentiment analysis on like, do we feel confident that the allocation was done better in comparison to round 3? There's still a lot of room for improvement, to be quite honest, in terms of analyzing the postmortem of the rounds, specifically when it comes to the impact that funding has had on the projects. I think for some of the retro rounds, this is still to be done. And there are some, I think Open Source Observer has done some in terms of 1 year after retro PGF3 to have projects continue to build on optimism and continue to ship and generate value in the ecosystem. I think that's one good approach. Something else that I know like Sejal, myself, and others have been exploring is, can we create counterfactuals to understand if this injection of capital or injection of funding to the projects actually made a difference? If we were to look at this in the future, had they never received funding, would it still look the same? Which can help us understand if this actually makes a difference for this type of projects or in this type of situation. But I think that is still pretty nascent, and not a lot of it, yeah, I know that not a lot of it or none of it has been done yet. Okay, perfect. So, okay, so we're going to get into breakout groups of 3 to 4 people. They can, let's see, I think 5 can also be good. But if you can just get together, so perfect. I think we have 3 here. Sejal is going to help us as well in terms of like putting together the groups. Do you want to get together? Do you want to be in one? Hello. Perfect. Okay, awesome. Yeah, just come over here. Do you have things to write with? If not, okay. Perfect. Yeah. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to go through a set of prompts. And the first one is we're going to go through a set of prompts. And this is going to be the process through which we design a retroactive round. You can choose whether you want to design it for a community. You can choose whether you want to design it for an ecosystem. For example, I see the Gitcoin team here. Maybe they want to design a retro round for members in their ecosystem. I see different people from LATAM communities over there. Maybe they want to design it for a Latin American community. Something that Sejal and I were also brainstorming earlier on this workshop is someone, and it might be an experiment that Sejal and I do right now as well, is what if we were to design a retro round for Devcon? So anyone can take that prompt up as well. And so the first prompt is, we're going to ask you to introduce yourselves in your group in case you don't know each other. Please make it short because we are going to have 8 minutes for this first prompt. So introduce yourselves and choose your adventure. Choose who are you designing this retro round for. Is it for a local community? Is it for an ecosystem? And just agree with the other members of your team which audience you're looking to engage with. Is it going to be, again, a local community? Is it going to be an ecosystem? And if you have any questions throughout this process, please raise your hand and Sejal or myself will walk to you and answer any questions that there may be. We're going to have 8 minutes for this. So please introduce yourself, share why you're in this workshop, and if you're part of a community or an ecosystem, and then decide who are you designing this round for. Go. Yes. If you have any questions, just raise your hands and Sejal or myself will come. We have 1 minute left, so please come to a decision of what adventure you're going to follow for the next prompt. And time is up. So please, I hope you've written down either in one of the post-it notes as well, like just, or somewhere else, what is the adventure that you're going to follow if you're going to be designing this retro round for a local community, or if you're thinking of it as a Web3 ecosystem or Ethereum as a whole or Devcon. So the next prompt that we're going to be looking at is based on your groups and based on who you've decided to design this round for, you will be defining what is the North Star that you want to achieve. And here is the North Star is, what is the end goal that we want to reach? What is the end goal that you want to reach within this community? What is the end goal that you want to reach within this ecosystem? And it's important, as I mentioned before, to know this, because if we don't know where we're going, then we're not going to be able to tell if we've gotten there or how we're going to get there. And this means we're not going to be able to measure what's the type of data and what are the type of metrics that would be useful for us to leverage when we're deciding who should be funded. And we're also not going to know what are the type of behaviors that we want to incentivize for people to follow that are going to get us closer to this hypothetical goal. And I will incite you as well to think of this not as a short-term goal. It could be a short-term goal, but it's better to think of it as a long-term goal. Like if you're doing this for a local community, how do you want this community to look 50 years from now, 60 years from now? What is this like bright future that we're aiming for? And as I mentioned before, you can have it be a one-year goal. I know that a lot of the ecosystems plan in more short-term because it makes sense for what they're trying to do. But try to aim for this long-term vision. Even if you're an ecosystem, we want to play infinite games, which means we're incentivizing behaviors that are going to be healthy for what we're trying to achieve in the long run. And so the second prompt is define with your team members what is the North Star that you're going to be fulfilling for this either local community or ecosystem. What is the overarching, and here are some questions that will help you in defining this North Star. And here, feel free to use the Post-it notes. And remember, one idea per Post-it note, that's gonna make it a lot easier when you're looking at the different ideas that you have. What is the overarching objective that you hope to achieve by running this round as well? Not only this round, but like in the long term. And how does this round, how can this line around with this overarching goal? Then what is the long-term vision that you have for your community or for your ecosystem? And what are going to be your goals for this round? And so for this one, we're going to have about 10 to 12 minutes. I think it might be too much, but we'll be going around, and if it is too much, we'll just cut it short. So, go. Yeah, and we just had a really good question on whether it's like, oh, should we just have one North Star? What I would suggest is each of you write what are some of the things that would be very relevant to have in this round. Write it in a post-it notes, and then you share them, like you paste them in the middle for everyone else to see. And then people can either agree or disagree with the things that you've identified are valuable for there to be, or like that could be the North Star that you're going after. We have 1 more minute. So please start gathering your ideas and choose what the North Star is going to be for your round. We're done, and we're up to the next prompt. So now you've already defined what is going to be the North Star for your community or your ecosystem, and the thing that you're going to have in mind as you're designing the rest of the steps of the retro round. Next is we're going to identify who are the audiences that are involved in these richer rounds. Who are, one, the projects or people that you expect to fund through this round. It's going to be either the projects that are applying, or if you're not asking them to apply, you already have a way in which you identify who's going to be eligible to participate in this round. Who are they? What do they look like? Are they individuals? Are they groups? Second, as I mentioned before, most of the retro rounds, as we've seen them, is people vote on who gets allocated the funds. So who are going to be your voters? Is it going to be everyone that belongs to the community? Is it going to be a selected group of people that are very and have a lot of high context into your ecosystem? And third is you're also going to identify who is benefiting from this overall impact that the people that you're funding or the projects that you're funding are generating. Like, who are the end users or end receivers of the impact that is being generated? And map out who these audiences are so that you can understand what are their incentives, what are they trying to achieve, whether it is within your ecosystem or within your community, but what moves them forward and what are they trying to achieve, so that you can then continue to design something that will ensure that you're aligning their incentives with the incentives that you're trying to achieve through this round. And here there are some questions to guide you through thinking through this. The first one is, oops, this is not, okay. So apparently that the slide is wrong, but here it is, as I mentioned before, identifying who's the audience in terms of who are benefiting from the impact that's been generated, who are the people that would be voting in your round, and who are the projects or people that would be receiving funding through this round. And for this, we are going to give 8 minutes. Let's start. And the time is up for this next prompt. And we're going to move to the next prompt, in which we are going to be looking at setting behaviors and defining what these behaviors are. So what we are, as I had mentioned before, in these retro rounds, what we're doing is we're incentivizing very specific behaviors that we want to see, that we have a loose idea that are going to take us to this North Star, that are going to enable us to get to these goals. So for this next prompt, what you're going to be doing is you're going to be thinking about what are the type of behaviors that you want to see, the type of benefits, the type of recognition that you want people to have, or you think people will appreciate from participating in this type of actions that are going to get you closer to the North Star. So think also about what are some of the milestones that are in between where you are right now and getting to the North Star, so that you can identify what are the type of behaviors that I'm trying to incite for people to do that are going to get me closer. If you're looking at an ecosystem round, maybe this behavior is contributing to the open source code. Maybe this behavior looks like deploying smart contracts and attracting new users into my ecosystem. If we're thinking of a local round, if one of the things that you're incentivizing or you value the most is, say, protecting the forest, maybe the type of behavior that you're looking for is planting trees or protecting trees that are already in a specific place, taking care of the trees. These are the type of behaviors that you might want to incentivize, that people have or do as you're going through, and that is going to be rewarded at the end of the round. So we're actually going to give, I know it says 12 minutes, but we're only going to give 8 minutes for this part as well. And you can start now. And try to be as specific as possible when you're thinking of the behaviors that people are going to have. Because this part is going to help us to identify what is the data and what are the metrics that we can use to measure the type of behaviors that people have already completed and that we could reward in the round. So again, sort of like if we are looking to protect the, like if it's a local community and what they want is to preserve a particular area, then maybe we're going to be looking at planting trees or having a more healthy ecosystem. And then how do we define what a healthy ecosystem looks like? Is it the number of trees that are in a specific space? Is it the type of behavior that people are having when going around? So this is what we're going to be looking at. Okay, we have 1 more minute before we go to the last prompt. Okay, we're gonna move on to the last prompt. Since the groups are already done with this prompt. And as I mentioned to both of the teams, the way in which you're designing your round is going to inform the evaluation process that voters are going to be able to complete when you are giving them information to decide who should the funds be allocated to. And it's also going to inform the type of data that you're able to already extract from existing sources, or that you need to create. The best thing there is to create it in a standardized way so that people can cross-compare it amongst different projects. So for the last prompt, we're going to be looking at data and metrics for this evaluation. And there's 2 actions here that you're going to be looking into, or questions that you can use to guide your process through. The first one is, now you know, based on the behaviors that you want to see happen from these different audiences, what you're aiming for, and what are the potential actions that the members or people or projects can undertake to get to the North Star. How can you measure these actions? Like over here, we were talking about, we want to have more developers building in this particular ecosystem. And we talked about developing looking like launching their own smart contracts. It could look like contributions into the GitHubs and into the repos from the different libraries or tools that are relevant to the ecosystem. Then you can also explore, are there already existing data sources for this information? And if there are not existing data sources for it, how can we measure this in a standardized way? And we're going to give 3 minutes for that, and then we'll start wrapping up. Yeah, because we have 8 minutes. Is it moving forward? We have 1 more minute left.
Okay, so we were talking about how do we value like peers
measure the quality or the impact of the code you deployed. And I was using some examples in Optimism when in the contributor rounds or like the GitHub repo commits, stuff like that. And we were talking about maybe that's spam rule is not good, and maybe we should look at the quality of the codes. And I was like, how do you even standardize that? Is it all right? Very subjective. It's the same problem we have in OP.
Exactly. No, but it is subjective. I think
Yes,
the good thing though is like how can we get subjective evaluations to become more objective, right? Like how do we push things to become as most objective as possible? And that can look by, like for example, if it's very, very subjective, maybe different, you have 5 different things within the code that you're rating. And then that helps like reduce the subjectivity of it. But reviewing it to a degree. Yeah. No, you're welcome. Perfect. So we're coming to the end, and I think now what would be really interesting, this was the last prompt. And so as I mentioned, this was a taste of what the design phase looks like when we're looking into mechanism design. The second, there's several other steps that would follow, but right now we only focused on the design space of the problem. And so we're gonna just ask real quick the 2 teams if you can share what your round, whom you were designing this round for, what is the type of incentives that you wanted to generate, what was going to be rewarded, and who the audiences are. We have very limited time, so if you can explain it in like 1 minute or 2, that'd be great.
Hello. So our retro funding round is for ecosystem. Specifically, it's Uniswap ecosystem. And the round we were thinking about is the hook round. So that they just released. So the goal would be to increase the builder that build on the Uniswap hook ecosystem, increase the numbers of high quality hooks, or build hook tools, people for making it easier for developers to work on it, and also like onboard builders on the ecosystem. And some of the audience would include Web3 builders, educators who help, and also the benefit. This will benefit like the Web3 developers, Uniswap users, Uniswap token holders, and who will vote on this. We're still debating on this, but we think probably like the Uniswap token holders. But yeah. Yes, so the behavior we want to see is we want them to build on the hook ecosystem, them to deploy the smart contracts, and also we want some like educators, content creators to create like content for hooks to spread like the information to help onboard people, and also and people to participate in voting and stuff like that. Yep. It's out now.
Perfect. Thank you. And so please, I know we're missing the last group, but I don't think we have time for that anymore as we're just make it really, really brief. We still have 2 minutes, but this is the QR code for the group. Like, please feel free to join as well. And we can continue exploring what these designs look like.
Okay, we design a retroactive funding to incentivize more women developers to onboard to Web3. And the goals will be have more women contributing to the Web3 space, incentivize more developers to create or to have a workshop for this specific audience. And the audience for our funding will be developers that can be individuals and also developer communities. And the behaviors that we are looking for is first onboarding more women with workshops, focus on them. and also more women contributing to open source projects. In the milestone, in the milestone, we have increased women attendance by 25% in 6 months, and 25% in 6 months, and increase, and then have more women meetups during a year. Okay, thank you.
Awesome, thank you. So please feel free to share the designs in the Telegram group. Thanks a lot. Sejal and I were really happy to host this workshop, and we're excited to see more people approaching mechanism design in a more methodological way so that we can have better outcomes for how we're allocating funding in the space. Thank you.
Supposed to be connected to. How about now? There we go. So transport layer security, TLS is a old protocol. It's ubiquitous. It's all over the internet. Basically, everything supports it. If you're not using it, you probably should be. And the important thing is that, yeah, all websites already support it. And so, yeah, basically, it's a protocol between your computer and a website that you're connecting to. It's using cryptography. So you can query data from a website and know that you're talking to the website you expect, and your communications are protected. But one thing that it can't do for you is you can't query data from a website and then present it to another party. There's reasons for this that I won't really go into, but you can just know safely that it's not possible to just take a TLS transcript and send it to someone else. They won't know whether or not the data is actually authentic. But TLS, there are signatures there, there's cryptography there, and maybe we can plug into it and somehow leverage it for what we want to do, which is to allow people to privately prove data to a third party. I'm not sure if you've come across this jargon before. There's multiple different terms, multiple different approaches for generally the same thing. MPC TLS, ZK TLS, web proofs, TLS middle boxes, witness proxy. They're all essentially trying to do the same thing. We've implemented MPC TLS, and this leverages multi-party computation and zero-knowledge proofs in order to allow a prover to privately disclose data to a verifier in a malicious secure way. And then there's other approaches like a proxy approach, which kind of switches up the topology here, which puts the verifier in between the prover and the website. But, oh, right. One thing to note here is that both these approaches, both the MPC TLS approach and the ZK TLS proxy mode, whatever you want to call it, these are both designated verifier protocols, which means that it's really between two parties, and the only party who really receives cryptographic assurances is the verifier that's actually running the protocol itself. So sorry for everyone that wants to do things on-chain. This does not give you trustless oracles, but it does give you a trustless off-chain designated verifier protocol. And yeah, all approaches kind of all go towards the same affordances, which is that it allows you to basically compose with any application. If there is data on the internet, which is queryable using TLS, you can trustlessly compose with it and without asking for permission. So all servers are already running TLS. So you can basically take our protocol, wire it into your application, and now users can just prove arbitrary data to you in a privacy-preserving manner. And just to elaborate on the privacy part there, user can query data from some arbitrary data source and present it to your application while redacting their secrets, such as their cookies and their HTTP request. They can redact data in the response. And we're probably not going to get into it today, but you can also do zero-knowledge proofs over the top of that data, such as hiding your address but proving you're not in the United States, and then the classic example of proving that you're above some age without revealing your exact birth date. Yeah, so those are the general affordances that these protocols provide. TLS Notary is free, open source. The core protocol is written in Rust. We have TypeScript bindings. We're going to demo a browser extension / plugin system, which is just one way of distributing the TLS Notary protocol. And yeah, it's Apache, MIT, dual licensed at your option. Do whatever you want with it. Yeah, so that's an introduction to generally what TLS Notary is and what it does. And yeah, let's just hop straight into building something.
So good afternoon. I'm Hendrik, also from the TLS Notary team. And this is our schedule for the workshop today. We are plenty of members of the TLS Notary team, so if you have questions, there's Tanner, Ryan, who else do I see? Thomas in the back, Chris, and then Tsukino and Sinu. So just if you run into any questions, just ask. So we just had this great introduction to TLS Notary. We'll start with coding part 1. So that will be mainly on your own machine, everything offline, so that we don't run into any network problems. Then we'll do some experiments with TLS Notary where you work together with your neighbor. So just distribute the roles. And then we switch to the browser extension, where we'll do a demo first, and then Tsukino will give an overview of how all browser setup works. Then we'll switch to coding part 2, where we'll build our own plugins, and then we'll do a short, an extra slide with where we go into the future of TLS Notary and discuss what comes up next. And then there's some playtime where we invite you to build your own plugins or build on top of TLS Notary, and we're here to help you. And then we also are very open to hear all your questions. So some tips and tricks for the workshop. So don't rush through all the items. We have time. There is a HackMD document. It allows for adding comments. So if you run into any into things that don't make sense, or you see typos or whatever, just comment so that we can improve it for next time. Also check the Wi-Fi. So there is a local Wi-Fi network here that allows us to connect to each other. So make sure you're on the I can't read the name, but I think it's a classroom network. The network, the password is also over there. Also for the web devs that will do a little bit of Rust, but it's only reading Rust code, so don't be intimidated, that you should be fine. And also, as I said, the TLS Notary team is here, so if you have questions, just ask them. So if you go to this URL, you will find the classroom notes. And yeah, if you have any issues, just call us and then we will help. So maybe a quick overview of what we will do there. So we will start with the most basic setup of TLS Notary, where we just have a server, a prover, and a verifier, where everything is on the same networks on your local computer. So we'll start with starting all the necessary services. And then the prover will do the request to the web server with the cooperation of the verifier. This will return in an attestation. We will then create a presentation where we redact some information, and then the verifier will verify the info. And then the second part, we will work with a neutral notary, so where the roles of the verifying parts are split up. So this is all in Rust. And then in the third part of the example, we will run the prover in the browser. And then in the notes, you will see that then we will also distribute the roles. So you could run the prover, and your neighbor could be the test server, and another neighbor could be the verifier. Should be fun. Any questions so far? Yeah. So the question was which repository for the first item, so that's the TLSN repository. Sorry, so if you didn't bring your laptop, this will be a very boring workshop, I'm afraid. So maybe then just chat with some of us and ask us your questions.
Tough stuff.
If you have an error message running the last command, don't stress, that's for further in the workshop. So the prerequisites is mainly to have all the dependencies on your laptop so that you can go through the following steps. If you run into a Rust C error, check your Rust compiler version and then just do rust up update to get the latest Rust compiler.
so they couldn't install the PDK?
So how are we doing? Did everybody get through the solo tasks? Are there already teams doing notarizations? Maybe hands, like one hand is solo, two hands is teams? Okay, I'll give you more time.
Real quick, if you run into anyone with so we had a few people, 3 so far only, that have had issues with XSMJS.
Yeah.
And we couldn't figure out what it was.
Well, so XSMJS is not installed.
We're being rate limited. They can't run the install script.
Okay.
So they're having to build it from scratch or just turn a VPN on.
Okay, well, we'll do that to Kino when he's...
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, me and Sakina just spent like the last 20 minutes trying to figure out why it wasn't.
Okay. Yeah.
Because yeah, it was like, why is it everyone else is fine, but then like 3 people.
Yeah. I thought it was something missing in our scripts.
No, something in the
okay.
X's and something in the,
Yeah,
there's the first line of the install script is an API call. And it's being rate limited.
Yeah. Can I have your attention for a second? So we made a mistake in the notes. So if you get to testing the browser extension, you do get an error message in the notary because so far for the Rust examples, we were on the dev branch. But the browser extension is still on the stable version. So before you run the browser extension, switch to the Alpha 7 branch in the TLSN repository, and then restart the notary. But in Alpha 8, we added this feature where you can disable TLS from the command line. In 8, so in the dev version, that is possible, but on 7, not. So you need to edit the config file. So go to notary, server config.yaml, and so set this line to false before you start the notary. Okay. Yeah. We're getting a little bit behind schedule, so I'll give you 5 more minutes, and then we will switch to demo mode, and then I will show the Connect API, and then we'll do the Zucchinos part. So to save some time, I will show you what the web app demo looks like, and then afterwards Tukino will show you how it actually works in the internals. So we have built this demo app for TLS Notary, where we built this app where we ask a user to prove that he has a Twitter profile. Then our backend checks that attestation. And then in the end, we reward the visitor with a POAP. So if you didn't go through it yet, you can do it later and earn your POAP. So this app first invites you to install the extension, but I already have it on my computer. Next step is to install a plugin to the extension to connect to the actual Twitter demo. Of course, we don't want to just install random plugins, so we always ask the user, do you agree with installing this into the TLS Notary extension? And so this also gives an indication of what the plugin will do. So it shows you that it will run requests to the proxy, access api.x.com, and then it will do requests to this URL. So there's nothing strange going on behind the scenes. And then, of course, it also needs to acquire some more information. Now the plugin is installed. When you do run plugin, again, you need permission to do it. And when you click it, you go through the steps. But I think most of you already went through these steps. If we switch back to this demo app, then now the app is also listening to whether the attestation is ready. So once the attestation is available, the backend will then verify the proof, and then as a reward, you can claim the POAP. But Tukino, do you explain what was actually going on here?
Hi, good afternoon. So you already saw a demo of the browser extension and plugins. To kind of give a brief overview of the extension, what it is it basically caches all the headers and all the cookies from your browsing history, and then on request, it will provide that to the plugin and create these notarizations. So you guys saw the demo, and we created a Connect API for the browser extensions. You can check out the documentations. But on a very high level, it is the equivalent of the window.ethereum object, but for TLS Notary. So similar to how MetaMask and other extension, wallet extension, inject a provider to window, we also insert a provider to window.tlsn, and from there you can use that to interact with the extensions and do stuff. So it's pretty simple to use it. I'm gonna walk through a few use case. When your app first load, you can listen to an event called TLSN loaded, and then once it's ready, window.tlsn will be ready, and you can grab that. You can then call the connect function. It will pop up a permission window, approval window asking for permission to connect to this website. And once connected, basically they will be able to request for notarizations and ask for notarization history and stuff like that. After that, this is, if you, let's say if you want to create a attestation for some website, in this case I'm using swappy.dev as an example. You can do it with the client object that you just created by connecting to the extensions. Very similar to how you make a fetch request with some extra metadata. You can create an attestation for this API. And once you create the attestation, you can also use get history to get like the attestation that you just created. So all these method is designed to help app developer to easily interact with the extension, to create proof, verify proof, and be able to do stuff that you need to do in your app. So we also develop a plugin system that allow you to create a plugin to prove whatever web data you want. When you prove a web data from a web API, usually the flow goes like, give me cookies of this website and give me headers of this website. I will then use that information to piece together the request parameter, and then I will submit this request parameter to the notary or to the interactive verifier, and then start the notarization process. So all these steps are, you're able to do all these steps in the plugin systems with the API that we provided. I'm going to go through really quickly what the API looks like. You can also go to the documentation site down below. We have a boilerplate repository that you can check out to see how plugins are written. A lot of you already have already checked it out. The plugin center around this like config.json object. The main idea is we don't want to just inject all cookies to any plugin or headers to any plugin. So you have to ask specifically for permissions. In this case, the plugin is requesting for all cookies from api.x.com, all headers from api.x.com. We also enforce what host function you're asking for, or you need permission for. Right now, we only have two host functions, one to redirect the current browsing tab, and the other to send a notary request. At some point, we'll probably have more. And then the fourth permission here is the type of request that a plugin can make. Basically, we don't want the plugin to be able to send any request to any host, like they could just send your cookie to some host. That's why we put this enforcement here. The plugin will only be able to send a GET request to api.x.com/blah, blah, blah. And after that, you describe in the config what your plugin does. Title, description, those are metadata. The steps array here describe how many steps this plugin will have and what each step does. The action there corresponds to a function name that you create in the plugin code. So for example, the first step is called start. And here is a very simple stock method. Basically, it checks to see if you're on x.com. If not, redirect to x.com. And then the second step is basically getting cookies from x.com, getting all the headers, making sure you have the required cookies and headers, and then piece together the parameters that you need to make the notary request. And the final step here is sending it to the notary to make a notarization request. There is another method that is referenced here called secret response. Basically, what that does is, if you don't want to reveal everything to the notary, you can call this. You can create this method to selectively disclose what you want to disclose to the notary. In this case, I am only disclosing my Twitter screen name to the notary and nothing else. No cookies, no headers. This will pause the response and make sure that it's only revealing what I want. And once that happens, this is what the plugin step UI look like. In the future, we'll add more API to allow more customization on the UI level. But for now, if you describe what your steps look like, it will be rendered in this manner, go through step by step, and then at the end, create the notarization. I think, Oh, yeah, and if you are trying to compile or build a plugin, you might have already run into this issue where xsystem.js is not found. We forgot to put that in the documentation, but basically xsystem is what we use to build the plugin system. And in order to install xsystem.js, you basically you just go to xsystem/js-pdk, not SDK, PDK, and then run the install script there. After that, you have xsystem.js and be able to build scripts. Yeah. Cool. Anyone have questions?
So compiling the plugins shouldn't take long, and then we switch to the part with what's coming up next for TLS Notary.
Okay, if we're gonna kind of speed through the plugin part here, yeah, let's just talk about what's next for TLS Notary. So Alpha 8 coming soon. I'm surprised that not more people asked me when Quicksilver and when Opticode. They're coming. So Quicksilver certainly in Alpha 8, Opticode, that depends. Quicksilver is of higher priority. It's essentially performance improvement. So some of you might notice that it takes, multiple seconds for this to run end to end. Quicksilver is going to be a pretty massive performance improvement and reduction of communication between the prover and verifier. There's still lots of work to do, and this is one of them. And yeah, we'll be posting some benchmarks with that release. They should be pretty nice. Yeah, going into next year, there's a couple nice to haves. Just TLS 1.3 support. TLS Notary right now only supports 1.2. For most people, that doesn't mean anything, but TLS 1.3 is kind of like the most recent version of TLS, and 1.2 in the future may get deprecated, so we want to be ahead of that. But yeah, the theme for 2025 is going to be towards stabilization. We kind of want to finish, if that's possible, the core library, the core implementation, work to get the underlying MPC library audited, and then start working up into the TLS Notary stack and get different parts of the code base audited. We're going to be working on security proofs for the for the various different cryptographic instructions in our protocol. Proofs already actually kind of exist. Paddle Labs with their Garbled and Proof paper actually covered a lot of what we're doing, but we kind of want to replicate those results ourselves and present them. So yeah, 2025 is going to be, well, of course, after shipping the performance improvements of Quicksilver, it's going to just be like, let's try to stop changing things as much and just kind of focus on getting it towards stabilization so we can remove the, for research purposes, only disclaimer on the repository, which is on like 99% of crypto projects. Yeah, so any just Q&A on future of TLS Notary? Other than when Quicksilver and when Opticode? Raise your hand.
Is your server fully trustless, just possible, or do we have to have our own servers on production?
By server, you're referring to Notary? So the question is our Notary fully trustless? So it depends on what exactly you're talking about there. So a notary is going to be issuing an attestation to the data, right? So the prover's connecting to the notary, they're proving information to the notary's putting a signature on it and saying, I ran this protocol correctly. Now, when the prover takes that attestation and presents it to another party, there is a trust assumption there. That third-party verifier is essentially trusting that the notary ran this protocol correctly and that they didn't just forge this attestation without doing anything. So in that sense, there's trust. But is there trust between the prover and the notary itself? No. So there's nothing that the notary, a malicious notary, can do in order to, like, for example, leak the user's secrets. They don't really see anything. They're just signing kind of like blind commitments to the data itself. So from a privacy perspective, no, there's no trust assumption. Now, a lot of off-chain applications don't actually need a notary. A notary is really only needed if you want to, like, maximum privacy, this party doesn't know anything, and it's just attesting to data that it doesn't see. You could actually just remove that step, and the prover can just selectively disclose directly to a verifier that's willing to run the TLS notary protocol. And in that sense, like, the whole protocol end to end and the integrity of the data is, like, quote unquote trustless. Like I mentioned in the introduction, the protocol is designated verifier, so a lot of people want to build applications on chain, and in that configuration, you're kind of just stuck with this trusted third-party attestation. So, like, in short, it depends. But in terms of security for the user, we worked hard to make sure that no, there's no trust assumption there. It's cryptographic assurances for the privacy of the data. Can you repeat the question? Perhaps, okay, maybe I'll try to rephrase this. Can you construct, or how do you, I guess, minimize trust if using TLS Notary to construct an Oracle protocol? Yeah, that's a good question. There's a few different folks that are looking into this. One of the issues is that, again, the protocol is designated verifier. So you can't have multiple parties attesting to the same connection. So a prover will need to prove to, I guess, each Oracle node independently, and then they'll all have to come to consensus on some fact that the prover is trying to prove, as opposed to all essentially just providing a signature on a single transcript. There's a subtlety there in that every time that you query the server, the transcript is gonna be slightly different somehow. There'll be some sort of entropy in it. So the question of how to, like, construct a trust minimized Oracle protocol is difficult. The ideal solution is to make TLS Notary support multiple notaries in the MPC TLS protocol. The issue with that is that there aren't really any MPC protocols that exist in which that would be practical. The compute and the bandwidth costs of the protocol just, like, blow up if you try to add additional parties. So we're kind of stuck with this two-party setting. So yeah, trust minimization is really just going to come down to, can you construct a clever consensus protocol with multiple notaries? And you're really just getting into, like, Oracle design and things like that. We're kind of punting that problem to people that are focused on Oracle protocols, whereas TLS Notary is kind of just a primitive that you can use to construct it. But yeah, it's an active area of research for many people, is how to take these ZK-TLS libraries and do that, and it's tricky.
More questions? So feel free to finish the workshop later at your own pace. If you run into any problems, just ask your questions on our Discord. There's only friendly people there willing to help. And how do we switch to it?
Register as a question asker, you can see the questions.
Okay, we're figuring out how to get to the questions in the Devcon tool.
how's it compared with other TLS protocols like Deco, Reclaim, etc.? In subtle ways, they're all essentially trying to achieve the same thing, which is how do you modify TLS in order to get a protocol that proves integrity of data from some source. So Deco, I believe the original paper actually described both the MPC approach and the proxy approach. I'm not sure where they're at with implementation. I think that they have a proof of concept or at least like a sandboxed early release that they just put out, but I need to kind of follow up and see what they're doing. In terms of implementation, yeah, I believe that Deco is doing the MPC TLS approach as well, but that might be outdated information. Reclaim is also essentially doing the same thing as TLS, but they're taking like this proxy mode approach. There are privacy and security kind of trade-offs to consider there. It would probably take me a full presentation, a full 30, maybe 45 minutes to go into all those differences. But in terms of affordances, they're all essentially trying to do the same thing with various different performance and privacy trade-offs. That's kind of a dodge of an answer, but that's the best I can do right now. All right, I think we can wrap it up. Thanks for coming, everyone.
you.